Hello everyone, welcome to my stream today. Just a second, my audio sounds weird to me. Check. No. All right. Just making sure I wasn't actually okay. How you all doing? We're gonna get started up here in a minute. This stream we're gonna look at Next.js, and I have to admit, if any of you saw my previous stream on Next.js, I'm not terribly familiar with it. I kind of do this a little bit blind, so bear with me a bit because I'm hoping this time will at least go better than last time. If you remember last time I had a stream on Next, we were sitting there building a Hackernews demo and had everyone on chat like give me hints on how to get started and all these things. And we actually were able to port all the remix stuff really, really quickly. Like loader to get server-side props was like straight up swap. But what was kind of funny was I spent like most of the stream converting link tags to put the anchors on the inside. Like that was like the whole stream. We were just like sitting there like going, okay, let's find another link tag. Let's put the anchor in, move all the properties down and whatnot. And we were just chatting for like half an hour while I was swapping anchors and link tags. That was my next stream. But I mean, people seem to like the stream. It got pretty good amount of eyeballs, especially for its time. So I think that's what happens when you put next in the title. People are legitimately interested in that. It's a lot like you just kind of like jump over the small hurdles. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't my best stream. I hope I do a little bit better with next this time. But yeah, I'm very interested. I'm gonna have to like reference the docs like a whole ton. Most people when they do streams actually prepare for this, but you're gonna have to like bear with me as I actually learn it on the fly. Yeah, they did fix this in Next 13. To be clear, they actually fixed it the week after my stream. They announced it. It was probably in no way related, but it was really funny because I've like everyone watched my stream and like how painful that was, and then like the next Friday or the next Thursday they're like, yeah, you no longer have to do the anchor tag thing. Like, oh, okay, hey, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm just killing some time. Let's actually post that I'm live on the socials right now, and actually make sure my screen share still actually works. Yeah. Sometimes it just like stops working just for no reason. Yeah, where are we? Share screen, this one. All right. But yeah, I mean, for me, actually, my real interest here is server components. Mostly that I've been looking at them for quite some time now. I've looked at different versions. I've looked at the original server component demo. We did that on stream. I looked at Hydrogen, which I quite liked. So I've been really looking forward to seeing the next JS version of it. I wanted to like jump on it like immediately when it was released, even. But there was a few bugs. I'm hoping like a month or so later we're kind of past that stage and we can get a good representation of what's going on. What else? Yeah, actually, I'm gonna pop this in Discord too. But yeah, I mean that was that's the main thing here. I have to say, my server component streams have notoriously bad viewership, like absurdly bad. Like we could literally be talking about some framework that no one's ever heard of, and it gets better views than my server component streams. Like I don't know if it's the algorithm or people really have no interest in server components, but it's disproportional. I just haven't been able to figure it out. Every time I do a stream it's like React server components, I'm like, yeah, this is really cool stuff. It's like no one wants to watch it. And yeah, I can understand that like not everyone's sold on the vision of server components, but it's an interesting paradigm, and it's something that I've explored with Solid as well. I have to admit, when I first saw them, I had like two reactions, right? But just sorry, as you guys all know, this is what I do at the beginning of the stream to kill some time. I actually want to jump into Discord for 2 seconds and actually post in there in case, anybody actually wants to come in. Live talking. What are we doing here? Next, server components. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. All right. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I think people have a couple different views of the world, and maybe that's where we should start our conversation here about the topic of server components in general. Right? I'm sold on the solid. Yeah, no, that's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll talk about that a bit later as well. Yeah, I mean, I find with my streams is actually the opposite. If I talk about React, people are really stoked. My React streams tend to do really, really well, as long as I don't talk about server components. It's actually really just weird. But okay, I think the challenge with the server component thing is thinking of how to frame this is we've been on this path for a while, and am I supposed to Excalidraw just so that we have pictures while we do it? Is this just the state of the world these days? I don't even think this needs an Excalidraw. I just I could just keep up the MPA. I could just keep, actually, the one that I did from like the previous stream, I can just like recycle indefinitely, right? Like this is just the perfect Excalidraw. We just do this one over and over again. But what I was getting at is, even though there's like a clear use case scenario, for the longest time, there was this narrative where the world is going from left to right on this graph, that like essentially, ignore the top line here. I talk about like, we can hide that or something. I can't move that toolbar, can I? Yeah, it doesn't matter. But my whole point is like the thinking here is that like technology was started in like these static sites into MPAs, into single page apps, and ultimately everything eventually, because of the higher demands of interactivity, is going to end up over here. Everything needs to be a mobile app. Everything needs to be Figma or whatever. Like that has been the mentality that's been guiding the progress of web dev almost for a decade. Like we just need like the demands and the technology and like what we want to get out of our sites. It's just innately heading that direction. And I think that undersold the potential different sorts of use cases that like people would look at. And Jason Miller, Holotypes, wrote an article a few years ago, and essentially, February 15, 2019, he was like, he was just like, look, not every site or application has the same kind of experience. So like he was like, he just started like categorizing some of these, like social networking, social media, storefronts, content. And the thing was, as he went through the different types of use cases and he talked about ideal implementations, constraint assessment, like this is a good matrix to kind of get started in kind of categorizing what you're trying to do. Because he like there was a shift that kind of inevitably came here, and mostly from people who were keyed into performance, people like Jason Miller, where like you realize that like not only is the full application thing overkill for short session, quick view stuff, it actually, unless you can completely smooth out the experience in a way that we don't have today, it's actually detrimental to those experiences. It actually makes it worse. Not everything should be a single page app. It was actually kind of funny because I ThoughtWorks, they actually had to make a note, like on hold, that concept that everything should be a single page app. Like it was enough of a topic that they had to actually add it into as an entry into their like matrix. And I think that's kind of like interesting because like that this was the vision that we've been sold for quite some time, for like a decade now. And I like to kind of see this sort of shift happening because like let's think about this for a minute. If that isn't true, like that kind of changes everything, right? Like suddenly like it makes things a lot open. We're talking about ranges of solutions, not just like everything has to be directed in a certain direction. And what he actually mentioned in here is like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that are single page apps. But when he started getting into like, okay, those are games. But when he started to do some stuff like content websites, he's like, server rendered with turbo links, or, MPA, like he started talking about multi-page apps. And I mean, this probably led to his follow-up article about the islands architecture, which now has become kind of how should I put it? It's become kind of a staple article for people in terms of understanding the kind of techniques that large e-commerce sites, or like certain types of sites, like things like Etsy, eBay, most notably, have been using for years and years to get good performance, even though they're using kind of modern JavaScript, right? And like this is a real thing. It's been going on for years and years, honestly. Like I think eBay's been using internally since 2013 this kind of technology. And for that reason, when I first saw server components, I was kind of like split. I was like, at first I thought it was like this API thing, and I'm like, okay, so this is like a new way to take the single page app further, so it's just like some proprietary API. But then, and it took me a while. I even wrote an article where I actually have to admit I didn't quite understand the whole implication. It took me about a year later, when we reviewed it on stream right before that, to actually realize, like I reread the RFC, looked closer at it, and I realized that server components were basically the islands architecture. Like it was the same rules, the same considerations, and that the React team, a couple years ago, had realized that to scale, they made the decision. And what I mean by made the decision is that they're admitting that a single page app, like going all the way to the end of the spectrum, is not for everything. And that conclusion is huge. And I have to make, I really need to emphasize this point, because almost everyone that I've seen explore this range, get over here, and then try and go back and figure out how they can cover a wider range. You have to imagine this started becoming relevant for React because now they are in a situation where more and more people are using it, and they're like, yeah, we just converted our whole e-commerce store over to React. Why does it suck? Like, like it was fine for Meta or Facebook's use cases, and they optimized for what they needed. I guarantee what the way they use React at Meta is not the way you use React. They needed to do some perf stuff that's like on a different level than the way you're wiring it up at home. But like suddenly use React for everything becomes a thing, and they're like, how do we solve this? And that's the mental break that needs to happen. That's where the switch happens. Is the way that I'm talking about. What are we trying to understand? I'm talking about islands and server components. Yeah, I think everyone thought React would give you more and more for free, and it didn't pan out. No. And it's single page architecture in general is the problem. And I think that when you put it in that light, it's really interesting, because a lot of people out there still believe that we're heading, like we're inevitably heading there. The complexity of JavaScript apps needs interactivity demands will require us to get all the way over here. It's just inevitable. What can be JavaScript will be JavaScript. That's essentially the motto here. Like what can make it to the server? It's not even what can be JavaScript. It's like what can make it to the client will make it to the client, right? So eventually the whole app has to make it to the client. And that's not what React Server Components are. React Server Components are also not live view for people who, were like, we've been doing this in the back end for, years and years and years. Also not the same thing. It is a hybrid approach. Not to say you can't do a hybrid approach with live view as well. I just want to highlight that this is not necessarily a stateful backend. What we're talking about is the ability to seamlessly take a multi-page app experience and keep the advantages of a single page app. That's what we're talking about. They made the switch that I'm talking about is you can't come at this from a single page app and try and optimize it to get to server components. That was the thing. We tried for so many years to come up with ways to optimize the single page app experience. But the problem is like there's the core assumption of single page apps makes that untenable. Like the only solution out there that I can think of that actually solves this from a single page app is the future perspective is Quick. Right? And I think this is part of why Quick has been attractive to people recently when they finally click on it, because it's like they start going, well, yeah, if I can break up my JavaScript in such a way that I can seamlessly transform from like the good page loads of an MPA to a single page app, then I've got it. I can just incrementally load the JavaScript and then get more JavaScript, and then eventually we get there. And this is kind of one of the interesting things about the positioning of Quick and everything else and where they sit on the graph is because in a sense, their technology is ideal for that perspective of heading towards the app side of things. Performance-wise, I talked in a previous stream that's actually ironically the place where Solid kills it. So like there's like a bit of a conflict between like having the fastest app-like experiences and having the fastest load time, but let's assume that's resolvable. But if you think about it, they've changed the rules so that it's actually tenable to actually scale up on JavaScript. But React came to a different conclusion, and it's not just React. Literally everyone else. And that's why server components are more like multi-page apps than they are like single-page apps. The conclusion was that if we know we have a server and we can leverage that server, we never need to send a lot of that JavaScript. Yes, things can still scale up large. It's possible. It happens. But if you take this kind of MPA first optimized approach, 80% of the wins are free, more or less. And when you look at that last 20%, we can figure out what to do with that later. That's where the convergence is. So like in a sense, there is a fork happening right now in terms of mentality, and this is why server components are relevant. People talk to me about innovation and what I follow. I think I saw some thread and people are talking about, Svelte, Solid, and Quick are what I'm looking at for innovation. And for me, there's different. Every framework is innovating. Every framework is kind of looking in their zone of what they care about in terms of optimizing or innovating on. And I think that like you can't make that list without React, is my perspective. It's your favorite chart? Yeah. Yeah. It's Fred's chart, basically. Well, I mean, it's an interesting question, right? It's not the drawbacks are there's always a trade-off for something like this, and this is why it's interesting when you look at it in terms of chart like this, because it's kind of like, yeah, infinite JavaScript scaling adds complexity, adds trade-offs on depending how fine-grained you break it up on serialization, right? So in a sense, maybe that's workable, but you've definitely made a trade-off for that. And the argument with server components and a lot of these other architectures is like, Yagni, like you ain't gonna need it. I like, essentially, until you get over to Figma, maybe, or, you know, like further on that side, you're easily gonna be able to get hundreds on Lighthouse scores. Like that's not a hard challenge. As long as it's a hard challenge for a single page app, but it's not a hard challenge for the island type architectures and partial hydration architectures of the future. That's the argument. Like, sure, you could infinitely scale JavaScript, but who cares? If the goal isn't to actually infinitely scale JavaScript, like if the goal is not to send JavaScript, that's where the thing is. Like, like we're like a generation too soon on the thinking, and we'll all come around to like that hybrid at some point. But like that's where the conversation is right now, because it's like we're in a kind of a retro backlash. I mean, Astro, in my opinion, is kind of a thing like that. Astro is showing how far we can do with MPAs. I mean, it's kind of what Marco's wanted to do this whole time too. Is kind of showcase off what you can do with that. It's very compelling because you don't have any of those complexities or trade-offs, and you basically nail it too. I mean, maybe not if you load a whole React app on your Astro page, but I think people underestimate islands. A lot of times that they oversimplify the server component interaction. They oversimplify like how little JavaScript you can send with the right patterns. Of course, those are manual patterns, so like why don't you automate it? Well, automation isn't a magic bullet either, because sometimes things become very easy to de-optimize without realizing it. Sometimes a little friction is good. Okay. Right, but I think it's interesting, right? Because there's a trade-off there too, because it puts overhead on the actual performance of like after the load. So like, but I think it could. I think that's the coolest thing about Quick is like you could literally load Figma or something in piecewise. I don't know if it makes sense to, but like you could. Like the approach is sound. Like it is good. Right, and this is where like the question is like, how much does it matter? It's not Figma. It's the most complex. This is the next generation of Wiz or whatever. There was a great talk I saw by Vercel CTO, guy who created Wiz at Google, which powers Google Photos, Google Search. Like these are complicated JavaScript apps built on like an MPA surface. And the reason I was getting to Quick and all this, because I actually wanted to talk about this, is even though Quick can do that, get to the Figma zone. I actually saw that. We saw that when I first released my Islands architecture article, like for the client-side routing. Which one was it? It was, sorry, just give me a second. Dashboard. The client routing with the JavaScript article. I had a nice little table down here where I showed like how big each frameworks was. I actually had Quick in here originally because it wasn't an MPA. It was a client-side routed app. It was like what I explained earlier, where you start with a little bit of JavaScript and then ended up with like all the JavaScript. And the experience actually wasn't as good. Like the thing that Quick developers realized is even though they could scale up like that, it's not even the experience you necessarily want. They actually went back to doing MPA style for their demo, and they released another article where it shows Quick, blowing all the Lighthouse scores out. I won't say it out of the water because most of the sites got like 100 or 99 or 97, but they had the highest score obviously. I mean, this is a really simple app, but the point was more that like even with this power, we're not sure we want to use it. And this is why there's an interesting kind of sides and question here, because, and the reason I'm focusing on this point right now so hard is because a whole bunch of people aren't sold on server components and like this mentality, but like no one is actually championing on the framework side, the people actually building the tools. Almost no one is actually championing, oh yeah, spas will solve everything. Like that's the future. That narrative that was so strong up until I want to say like 2020-ish, like a couple years ago. Like maybe it's fashion, maybe it's trend. Everybody has moved off that narrative, right? Even the ones able to pull it off potentially. So that's profound and powerful to me. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I don't even call I don't call SvelteKit hybrid. Like, the traditional like Next 12 SvelteKit non-server component stuff, I call it single page app. In my opinion, it is this green bar still. Remix, all of that stuff is in this green bar. Like, it is not. Maybe they focus on certain areas of it more than others. And if from this screen, I was actually saying, even if this green bar exists, this green bar kind of wants to actually stop at this line. You don't even really want it to come over here. Like, this is not a happy place for the green bar. This is like where we start getting into it and people are like, yeah, let's turn back. So like I know this is the problem with terminology. People call this stuff hybrid. And I'm like, for my purposes, everything pretty much up to server components is not hybrid. It's just single page app. Like, it's single page app with server side rendering or whatever, but it is just single page app. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be places for single page apps, or for the technologies to do this stuff. But the question that there's plenty of, like, what's another example? Even like mobile apps, although they are looking at server components of mobile apps, which is interesting to me if that model makes sense. But like there are like Tori desktop apps. There are, all those actually run like client apps more than server apps. So there are definitely places. This is why I didn't have it like go all the way across, like where I stopped the bar. Right. I mean, this is kind of like what Rich Harris would call the transitional app, right? MPA Astro plus single page app, right? Yeah, sorry, it just occurred to me I haven't looked at Twitch recently to see what's going on. Yeah, nothing new on Twitch. Glad to have you guys all in here, though. All right. So what I was going to say is, this is like the transitional app story, which isn't bad. What you do, for those who don't understand, what you do is the thing is, every web page has the potential of being a single page app. So you can take something like a multi-page app, like you built an Astro, and then just go, okay, this page, it's the single page app, and build a whole single page app under it. Astro might not like particularly help you in that way, the way like Next would, or SvelteKit or Remix, which are like tailored for that single page app use case. But like, you can pull it off and you can kind of like have a whole app that just transcends that story. This is like different than having like some pages that statically render in SvelteKit or Next or whatever, because the MPA pages are actually optimized, unlike what you get from SvelteKit or Remix or whatever. But as I mentioned, the spa experience takes more custom work on your side. Second piece of this is, it's like a one or the other. The thing is, the actual hybrid server components thing is actually way more ambitious than that. If you say, it wants to handle both of those cases seamlessly under the same architecture. Right? So like, I'm hoping, even though I haven't like explained how they work or like what they are exactly, I'm hoping you're kind of like at least getting in the context of why we're even having this conversation today. Like, yeah, sure. Figma is extreme. I didn't even get all the way over to Figma. Like I dropped the line here. There's Twitch or something like around here and that. Like there's places where this thing. But the funny thing is, I think a fully fledged hybrid server component model is right on the edge where even it can handle that scenario if designed properly with the correct optimizations. I've been thinking about this a lot recently, and maybe if I get a chance, maybe later I'll like draw it for you. But I think that a server component architecture could not only do the server rendering you want, but it can also, if you have really heavy JavaScript areas, can also basically spoof a JSON API. Like it basically with no downside. So it actually can act as both. And because of the long persistence of sessions, and you're not like reloading the pages like an MPA, you can set up your WebSockets and your chats and all that stuff and have those sections and all that. So like I actually think the hybrid server component model can cover like a wide range that even single page apps excel in today. We're just like, we don't have the full story yet. And I know that we're not going to see the full story today, but I want to see how things are progressing. So what's the difference between SSR and RSCs? Yeah, sure. That's a good question. And that's one that's worth answering, because server-side rendering is about isomorphic code, okay? Let's go to a zone here. I'm trying to think if there's a good way to draw this. But like, because this is you write your React app and the code, yeah, I mean, this isn't even, it's funny, like I can draw pictures and words, like I'm just like thinking you might like, because it's a good visual for this, because essentially you can maybe there's a line that we need. Maybe we can just go like, yeah, maybe this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. Okay. Server browser. All right. Back in the day, so we're going to do a few of these drawings, I think. I haven't decided how that's going to look like. I am not as skilled at this as other people. But back in the day, you would like, come in and be like, okay, I'm going to build let's put some text in here, a Rails app. That's not the right color for Rails, is it? Or whatever. And it's like a reddish color. I don't know. Whatever. A Rails app. And then you'd be like, okay, I'm going to connect it to a colors JavaScript yellow, yeah, whatever. Can't even tell the difference. This would be like terrible for accessibility. What annoying. I'm like not gonna have enough colors for my purposes. Let's hash it, whatever. Okay. It's fine. I'm putting words on it, so the colors are not the only indicator we need. Okay. And you make like a JavaScript app. So you'd have like two apps, okay? Right? And then this is kind of unwieldy. If you've never done this, you might not understand what I say by this. But like picture Rails has its templating language and you iterate over some data. And that data might be like, use a templating language like ERB. If you've never seen it, or maybe it's like, will it actually show me what some ERB looks like? Yeah. See all these like nice little squiggly brackets, and it essentially treats the whole thing like a string, and you can just kind of like pop in like each and do. But the problem was, if you want the stuff on the client as well, you'd actually have to like put your bindings in. Like early days, you'd use like jQuery to kind of hook in, or like once you got declarative, things like Knockout, or even early Vue, where you literally like, or even Angular, I think, you'd like put the bindings in, and you'd have like ng4 inside the like maybe here ng4 in the t-body. Like you essentially have two templating systems sitting on top of each other, or you just like go like, screw this, I am delegating this to the client. Like I'm not going to draw this on the server. But that would have like downsides. So like maybe you'd be like, okay, I'll draw it on the server, and then when the client wakes up, I'll replace all those DOM nodes and redraw it on the client and kind of do like a refresh hydration thing. It was just like, it was really hard because you couldn't run the JavaScript on the client, and you kind of like had this thing, right? So there's this, right? Then we kind of went to a world, like we fast forward a bit, and suddenly, maybe I'll draw the next line. Then what happened was we went to like single page app land, and in single page app land, we got to take this again, and we're just like, screw it, there's nothing over here. Yeah, let's add some more labels and stuff as we extend out this drawing. I know this might be like a little bit, many of you who watch the stream might already have followed this, but it's always nice to have more colorful diagrams, right? So where are we here? We're like 2 apps, MPA, like this is the classic. And then it's just and then like next thing comes along, and now we're like single page app. And this is a classic client side single page app. Like the server basically didn't do anything. It's like, I'm like static page, right? And then the next thing that came along was we're like, oh, this kind of sucks, because you get a blank page, and then you wait for the page to come in, which is pretty fast because it's blank, and then load the JavaScript, and then render some stuff, and then fetch the data from the client, and then render some more stuff. Like it's like slow and waterfall, and the page takes a while to load. So then we get like our Next.js side of things, where we get like the like classic Next and Remix and all that stuff, where we get like our isomorphic experience. And what that, I don't know what to call it, SPA, SPR, SSR, but like essentially what we ended up doing is we just took this exact same thing, and we're like, what if we actually like ran it here? Like we'll run it once here, and we'll run it once again here. That was kind of like, that's kind of like where things are today. So like we could use SSG and pre-render this part, but essentially we took the same code. So when we talk about SSR, we're talking about taking the same isomorphic JavaScript, essentially. So it runs on both places. So like this is the same. I don't know how to indicate that this is the same JavaScript on both sides, but maybe the next line will help us indicate that it is, as I kind of extend this out a little bit. Because what we're talking about now is with these kind of, I don't know what to call them, hybrid server components at C type models, hybrid, it's a little bit different. We have like, let's assume the whole app is about the same size. But inside this, there are littler pieces. Maybe they're pink in color. Actually, you know what? I should actually swap the colors around. Technically, the big one now should be some other color, like brown. And then these ones are going to be blue. And the reason I want to swap these colors around is that which might not be obvious yet, is that the blue parts are actually the isomorphic JavaScript. If I can put it over here. The blue parts here are actually the isomorphic JavaScript. It's like the same pieces, But the majority of the JavaScript on the outside here doesn't actually run ever in the browser. That's sort of the difference. I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone, but this is true of server components. This is true of I don't even have to put islands here. Like it's not even hybrid. Both these architectures have that in common. Okay. So like this is essentially the conceptual difference, because like you do SSR and hydrate or whatever, the little pieces, but the majority of the app actually doesn't, and that's kind of the difference with server components. Hopefully that answers the question. All right. Where are we going? Just looking at this things. Is this spot because single port entry, or how do you define that? I mean, classically, it has to come down to the routing. Routing is kind of the most defining characteristic here. It's like where the route and rendering work. But to be fair, what makes hybrid interesting is that we're kind of merging that routing paradigm. But classically, it's like when you go to the next page, is it on the client? That's kind of what makes it a single page app. All right. But that's the whole thing. Server components essentially is that combination. It's like islands plus the client router. That's essentially what server components is. It's like if you took, because the challenge is, if you go to the next page and you have all this JavaScript that's only on the server, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you actually draw the next page if you don't have the JavaScript to render the whole page? Well, the classic answer that we're using in eBay for like a decade is you just do MPA style and you go to the server. You just run that JavaScript, and every new page you just send the least amount of JavaScript, but you go back to the server. Server components are like, well, what if we could just go back to the server and do that render and then not lose the client state? So like that's essentially what it is. It's the combination of the client routing with the islands. You guys are just trolling me here. I'm like catching up. I'm like 10 minutes behind on chat. There's some thanks, Anthony. You actually drew some good diagrams here now that I'm catching up. Yes, completely. Remix is completely a single page app. It's not really any different than Next 12 or whatever. It's cool. Like, how should I put it? Like, Remix changes the data fetching loading patterns in a sense that resemble more like an MPA in thinking, which can simplify and stream out. They got rid of the client side cache. Big kudos to that, but like it's still essentially the same architecture. Like they haven't really changed anything. All right. Yes. Server recruits like JSX template only runs on the server. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yes, that is essentially what it is. What's interesting though is it's combine that with client-side routing so that when you go to the next page, you actually hit the templating language without the whole browser unloading. Yeah. Remix is SPA SSR. They might get server components at some point, but the Remix is firmly right now in this third line, as is pretty much everything. Svelte kit. Solid start, except for my new experimental stuff that I showed off in that article. The only stuff down here is React, next Hydrogen, next Hydrogen, next what am I talking about? Next 13, Solid start experimental, Astro, Isles, Slinkity, that kind of stuff. But the chef's kiss is combining the client side routing. Sorry, Fresh is in here too. And that is like right now, solid start experimental, next. Only two solutions that have that today, really. I mean, I guess Hydrogen too, but doing the nested routing and stuff, there's only really two places you can find this. This is why I'm so interested in the X13, because other than solid start, it's the only one that's actually doing the full future thing here. Sorry, Quick is also in this category. I forgot to mention Quick's in here, but they're not in the. They haven't got to the client. They haven't got to like the future thing right now. That's only solid start in X13. That's why I'm so interested in X13. Streaming, yeah, streaming is just a way we get the page up. It's a great feature, but it impacts the way certain decisions are made. But it's not really like it doesn't change the architecture really. Yeah, I mean, there's a few other places, but yeah, I think so. All of those are missing the router. That's why last January, I realized that was the solution. I wrote articles about this. I went to a bunch of communities. I went to Aster. I went there and I'm like, guys, where's this client-side router? I was like, you guys are already so close here. I want to prove out and show that this is a thing, and you don't need a virtual DOM. You don't need React to do this. Let's get on it. And like I'm like I want to work on Solid. I want to work on these fine-grained primitives. I want to like focus on like the core mechanics. And can you guys go work on this? And then I bugged them for a bit. Then people had their own priorities, which understands. Like Astra 1.0 was a big deal, and whatnot. So then we had to go around and build it ourselves anyway. So it is what it is. I'm hoping now that people have seen what we've done with Solid Start. Because I mean, I didn't highlight it here, but this is basically server components at 13 kilobytes. Like as you move around here, we never load anymore. We don't load more. We don't need them. Once we get like the stuff that we need to render the page, we don't need to load more JavaScript. What am I? I'm not in. What is going on here? I'm probably in inject script. I'm not in an incognito window, so I'm getting my what do you call it? My extensions. So they're adding some fun stuff in here. Yeah, anyways, let me adjust my window here some. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Anyways, no, it is a big deal because it stops me from demoing what I want to demo. See, 13 kilobytes, right? And then when you navigate around, like, because these don't need any more components, like we're moving around, we're not getting more things. The whole app is 13 kilobytes. Is because these responses coming in are essentially like the serialized format that tells us assets and actually, can I prettify it? No, not really. It returns actually, in our case, HTML markup, which we can diff, and even do cool stuff like the search, where we can actually, or dragon or something. I know there's House of Dragon, like where we can actually keep the focus on this search element while the parts of the page are reloading. It's basically a cross between Remix's nested routing, and this. So we actually swap partials. It's not very obvious here, but this bar here never actually replaces. Like if I expand it out, because it's using nested routing, we're actually swapping out something down here in this outlet, and this island, like this part never changes. So like it's a combination of like TurboLink HTML swapping and diffing with nested routing where we only send the partials we need to. So like, yes, this is what I want to look at next, because I want to like understand how far they are along this road. This is why we're kind of doing this sort of thing. But yes, Fresh is mostly missing that. Yeah, so Solid Start right now is yes. If you just go use it normally, it's Remix, Velkit, all this. You have to turn on the experimental flag. You have to go like islands router if you want to get this mode. Our docs site and a few other things, but it's still like experimental. So the thing that we're talking about for 1 beta release is not even this. I think there's still DX considerations, which is why I'm not like rushing this out the door. I think the technology is sound. I think this is really cool. I think we can optimize it further, and I think I'm very excited about this. But when you go and start a Solid Start project, it's just like a solid version of Remix or Svelte. Just to clarify, okay? So, where was I? Yeah, not that. We were on Excalibur, yes. Yeah, so we get to keep best of all worlds, essentially. Well, actually, and that's a cool thing. The VDOM kind of actually enables a lot of this stuff, because what the VDOM I mentioned a diff there. What the VDOM means is like they don't have to actually send. It's like picture you can render the VDOM on in the server and then send the stuff along and then have the browser do the diff patching and updating just the parts that change. That's essentially what they're doing. They're actually using the VDOM as like a communication mechanism between client and server. So how should I put it? The problem with VDOM, like these aren't the places that update performance. Well, it's hard to say. How should I put it? I/O, like waiting on a database, is more expensive than the rendering. Like when you go to a new page and you're like, hey, I need to render a new page of Hackernews articles or whatever, you waiting on the database takes longer than any client framework is going to take to render that. So like that's not the blocking part. The criticisms about VDOM updates and scalability have to do with updates. Like you're on the page and you're trying to click something or do something and some kind of interaction that's happening in client JavaScript land. Because in this model, these blue things are still isomorphic JavaScript. Like you still have app in here. Like this is the difference between like the server, stateful server, that like HTMX that like always goes back to the server unless it has like the two app thing. I'm talking like this is like you still live in like a React app when you're in the browser. And all the things that happen, like, you know, updates and highlights and shifts and tables and, you know, all those kind of interactions are still going to be defined by that. But like when you're going back and doing navigation, then it's actually the like database or like your backend that's your biggest, and the network that's your biggest blocker. So RCs don't really, they help with that side. They don't really affect the appness part of your app, like the more interactivity stuff. Quick is this. It's like maybe you could argue that they can make these a little smaller and load them in a different order, but quick is still in this category. If I was to add another row, it's actually still this, but with client-side hybrid routing of some sort, like I just showed in that last demo, which, as I said, today is only available in Next 13 and as an experimental flag in Solid Start. I don't think anyone else has this yet. It's the server component thing. I put server components here, but server components are like technically this plus a little bit. Quick has got a container mechanism, which will probably feed directly into them getting the same kind of routing mechanism. But like from this architectural perspective, this isn't like this sort of framing doesn't show Quick's advantages. Quick's advantage, in a sense, is like how well it can like go from this to this, like go from these three to this one. And what I'm talking about is like maybe that doesn't matter, right? That's why there's like still like we're not sure which way the future looks. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, I mean, it's still early, but you can see how powerful this stuff is. Yeah, and like changing the classes on the anchor tags and stuff. If you actually open up the demo and like look at the JavaScript, you'll just see like a couple components. Like that's it. I mean, it could even be smaller, but that page loader indicator, like it's just like stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Except you understand the whole point of this is that it's not WebSockets. I tried. That's what I tried to explain to Brian the other day. Like this is not about having like connection with your server all the time. This actually doesn't fundamentally change the nature even of like, because you can cache pages and stuff. Like it doesn't actually fundamentally change the way this works necessarily for offline. So far, I'm just talking about like why server components are interesting and like why like this whole realm of things are, like why this is a conversation worth having. Because I feel like this is the thing. Like Next 13, they did like the release on the conference, and I was like, oh yeah, here we go, beginning of the next era. Because like, okay, let's face it here, I could release stuff like, I mean, it doesn't even take me or someone could release a feature like the hottest new React feature 10 years before React does and actually do a good job of it, and no one's going to care. I'm serious. Like like Marco. Like Marco had the islands back in 2014. Nobody cared. And like I remember like you can go on Twitter and social, people like going like condemning them, and like now we're here, but like sometimes this industry takes the big mover to point the arrow. It takes them to kind of miss a bit, or you don't get in here by just being better. Like you if you're a smaller solution, you have to be better to even play. Like otherwise no one's going to pay attention to you. You have to like provide something that's actually better, like to actually even play ball here. So that's not what it's about. It's about like it's about like when the timing is right and when the general masses move. And I was excited for Next 13 Conf because I was like, you know what? Time is up. I had my awesome server component demo ready, kind of like last year when they launched Edge. I had I was like ready to just like deploy the Vercel Edge like the second they dropped it, right? I already talked about this before. Like I was ready and the response wasn't what I was hoping. So I think like I'm focusing on this because people still don't get it, and I really want them to get it because this stuff is really cool, like really, really cool. I want you to get excited about this. Hell, I didn't quote tweet it, so I don't have for this week in JavaScript. But Adam Rackus was hanging out with Rich Harris or something. Rich was saying that server components are coming to Svelte Kit or something. So I think that's pretty cool. I suspect, because they don't have a VDOM, I suspect some of the demos that we've done with Solid actually inspired that decision because we're the first people to show that it could be done without a VDOM. And Rich was very much like standing off and being like, oh, we'll see how this sits. We'll see if people actually find a solution to it. Now that we have, I think Svelte is ready to kind of jump in on this. And this is sort of what I was talking about, that innovation. Like I look at different frameworks for different sources of inspiration. I look at Svelte because they know how to like make an experience pleasurable, like make it really easy for people. And they innovate in that range all the time. Right. So like there's just different zones that you get different kind of innovations from. Vue's another one like that, where you like get different learnings from different frameworks. Yeah, this is not a bad way of putting it. The thing is, Quick doesn't have to render only on the server once, but that's what puts it in the SPA S, or like this category, or like maybe like the SPA SSR category. But it's kind of like hovering this line. But yes, the way things are today, you use Quick generally as an MPA framework. RSCs are like a hybrid, which I think is good because then you keep the client, like you keep that client thing where it's good, and HTMX just takes it like off the other end, which is kind of a throwback to here, which, a modernized version, so kudos, but also like why I haven't been as interested in it. Well, that's the thing. People came out of that kind of negative, and I was like, damn it. No, sorry. Like, seriously, I need people to be excited about this stuff. And if you want my selfish reason behind it, because like I'm not completely, like perfect or innocent on this, is because every time a new technology comes out, it's an opportunity to show how Solid's better, or Astro's better, or someone else is better. Like no one cares about it until React does it. So like it gives us a new ground, so to speak. I know this is not for me because I'm one of those people who like, I tend to support technical innovation. It's not even about the specific technology being better. It's just every time they expand the purview and they do the work and they get people to do it, it's an opportunity to show how there's better solutions out there. Because if it's inevitable as things change for boundaries to shift and different types of optimizations to be applied. And this progression causes things to change and things to churn. You can't stay on top forever. So like, I want React and everyone to succeed on a certain ground because I want to push things forward for the web. And also because by pushing things forward on the web, we get more cooler new things. Like, and we push the progression forward. So it's like, yeah, I know that seems weird to people because everyone sees this as like a zero-sum game. But like when this kind of push happens, like hooks, think about hooks for a second. Hooks like changed the way people built apps. I was building apps like that like a decade before almost. But hooks happen now. Everybody wants to build apps that way, and then they find like, oh, reactivity is a good pattern for this. We should do that. Like that's the power here, right? It's actually disappointing when the big releases come out and they don't actually just like hit a home run, because like it just makes it that much harder. Like I'd rather like these things catch on a little bit more and push more innovation, but that's because of where I'm sitting. I mean, let's be realistic, at your day job, whatever you're using, be practical. But like here in the stream, I want to see cool stuff. I want to see where this stuff is heading. And I want to see projects take risks, like frameworks and stuff, and I want to see them succeed at that. So, yeah, okay. Just change your Davy. Oh man, it's bad when you become a meme homo, Brian. Can confirm no one cared about Marketer recently. Yeah, it's a sad reality. Like you go on Twitter and like necro, like do whatever that like archaeologist thing, and you follow the threads, and even in time of 2020, you'll find like a Dylan Piercy or Michael Rawlings like responding to people, being like, "Hey, but you can do this," and like everyone's just like, "No, you're stupid," or like, "No, what? Who? Like what?" And then when you read them now, like in a 2020 or 2022 context, you're just like, man, these guys are so right. Like so right. Like what? Why was no one listening to them? So yeah, it's funny. Like even like people who champion the stuff now, literally saying the opposite stuff to what they championed now 5 years ago, and essentially having Michael and Dylan be like, hey, there's an argument to the other side. Like, oh man, those guys are the best. Because like they were always so patient. That's the best way I can put it. Yeah, that's what we're here. We're here to raise awareness, raise education, and just understand where things are going. Why? Because you don't have to adopt it today. You don't have to adopt it tomorrow. But if you understand where things are going, you're not going to get caught off guard. And you don't have to necessarily dig too deep if I do a good enough job. And maybe if I do an okay job of explaining this stuff, someone, with a bigger audience will pick up slivers of it and it'll trickle down, and then they'll do a better job, and then people will get it, and then they're not going to get caught off by this whole JavaScript fatigue thing. JavaScript fatigue is like my biggest enemy, so to speak, of where I'm sitting, because I understand churn is hard. People have too much to keep in their heads. But the problem is, if you just start like getting to a point where you just blanket, like la la la, covering my ears, like, which is okay to do pragmatically from like a business standpoint, but if people get that way, the problem is like every time something comes out, they're just like, whoa, what is this new thing? Like they miss everything gets there. Everything, like maybe that's like the highs people look for in tech. Like it's back to that 10x argument where it's like, ooh, things are 10x better, No, it's not a 10x better thing. This is not like, nothing's ever 10x better. That's just a like very, very, very rarely, and unless someone's like keeping things purposely behind a cover for, and honestly, unless they have the resources, they can't keep that up, and most of the industry will caught up by them and releasing anyway. So like 10x better is a myth. But like, if you keep one ear open, just aware, then you don't get caught off guard, then you don't get tired by it. You just kind of go, oh, okay, yeah, I knew this was coming. That's kind of logical. This is the way trends are happening. Something like this will happen in the future, maybe. Something like this. And you just kind of go, okay, then I know that I'm going to just continue on my way. You just don't get tired about it because you don't have to worry about it. It's the constant, like, this is the thing you have to use now, That's what makes it tiring. And I want to avoid that mostly, if we can just learn about these things like at the right time instead of like getting so entrapped in what, like, yeah, it's a balance. Does VDOM make your rendering slower? No. Let's just answering that straight up. I answered this previous stream. Virtual DOM in itself, rendering wise, is not slower necessarily. You can write it in such an optimized way that it's not. My concern with virtual DOM comes in patterns around end user code. The fact that the end user code lives inside the pure render function, the computational cost, and it's all kind of entwined and tangled together. That's where my concern is. Like essentially, React re-renders components. This is a really easy way to understand this. So, and you do something like change some computation in the dependency array, causes the memo to rerun, the component reruns, memo reruns. Basically, the end user computations and calculations are all part of that equation that rerun, and it's all entangled together. That's why React cares about fiber and concurrent rendering and all that stuff, because the only real way to split this apart with a virtual DOM model is to kind of go, okay, well, let's do something smart with scheduling. As long as we can keep the final rendering and effects consistent, then we can kind of like drop frames. It's kind of like a video game, like animation kind of thing, where you just like try and process as much as you can. And if you can't, you just get to a point of consistency and put it on the screen. As long as you don't get any tearing, right? You don't want any tearing. You want to keep the VSync on, like that is what the virtual DOM handles it. So in itself, it isn't slow, but to mitigate end user code kind of clogging your arteries, so to speak, like that's essentially where we end up, right? I think stuff like fine-grained rendering or virtual DOM is interesting because for the cost of some of the subscription management, bigger portions of your app update independently. Like you actually end up like decoupling and making those pieces of change smaller, which means that there's less like just inherent overhead of like the whole thing being part and tied into the same system. People worry about consistency, but you can make consistency guarantees. That's the whole point of the reactivity systems that I promote, is about glitch-free consistency guarantees. So there's another way to accomplish those guarantees with a different type of granular model. Instead of having an internalized one, which is like like React schedule queue, you can basically look at it based on the dependency graph. That's essentially the difference. So in my opinion, there's probably like maybe a top level scaling consideration we have to consider here. But in my opinion, the thing is like the virtual DOM itself isn't slow at rendering, but I think like fine-grained approaches let end user code scale better. This is a stream into itself. We've talked about this in the past. Oh, you mean server components? Yeah, I'm just using HTML and a DOM diff library written by the guys from Astro. As I said, we borrow from each other. It's great. Vue Nux. I don't know. I'm gonna find out next week. I'm on a panel with Daniel Rowe talking about less JavaScript. They are firmly in the SPA SSR zone like the rest of us. I know Daniel's been playing with some stuff around partial hydration. I talk to him like every couple months now because of conferences, and he was on my stream and stuff. And he's always like, yeah, I got this idea I've been playing with. I've got like a little demo, but I haven't figured out how to generalize it yet. I'm going to play with it one of these days, I swear. So like maybe, but publicly facing wise, no. They're not there right now, but I know they're interested. Yeah. I mean, that's the interesting thing, right? Different techniques looping around, right? The thing is, you don't actually need the diff for most things. Most of the time, the diff like immediately bails out because it's like you're doing like you're like inner HTMLing the new navigation. But there's like that refresh case, which is like the 10 or 20% case where you need the diff. But 90% of the time, you don't need the diff. That's why I didn't want to focus on bringing a virtual DOM into the equation to solve these problems. Yeah, the third column is, yeah, probably. But as I said, I'm framing it for my purposes right now. I don't. The problem is if I do that, yeah, I mean, Quick's not going to stay in that one place. This is just, yeah, it's fine. If you understand enough to suggest that, I think the audience watching this will understand this diagram enough to understand what I'm talking about. Thank you. Hype driven development. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like 10 minutes behind. I should check Twitch and see if anyone's actually in there. Oh, wow. I got some kind of hype train emote. I don't know anything about Twitch, so this is always a little bit fun for me. Yeah. This is the challenge I have now, right? Theo was like, I just ignore people on chat, and he's like, yeah, if you want to like go on chat and talk to someone about this stuff, go bug Ryan, because he's right. I have this terrible tendency to get off rail. I want people to learn and be excited about this stuff, so I don't care how long it takes. I don't care how long we're here. I want you to feel like you're part of it, because like, it's like just really cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's this whole sub thing. Oh man, I mean, the thing is, it feels like there should be money in open source, but there kind of isn't. So it's such a weird place to be. Is Node the only? No, that's the whole thing. Almost all the meta frameworks work on like Cloudflare and Next, Vercel, Dino, AWS. Like they work on like all of them. Like that's pretty standard here, and I think that's a good question, because I think there's like an interesting challenge there, because if we're kind of agnostic, like a lot of people when you build this rant belongs later, like in This Week in JavaScript. A lot of people, when you build a framework, you kind of like yeah, this belongs later. I'm sorry, I'll get to this later. But the answer to your question is that they're not only Node only. Only very few of them are kind of have that kind of limitation. All right. I'm just catching up. Sorry, you all. This is just 700 times better. Yep. Sometimes a new technology comes in that is like just there's nothing there, and like literally nothing there, and like it's hard to even put a 10x on it, because it's like it's just way better because like there is nothing there. So unless you've actually invented a new space, like yeah, Party Town. There we go. Party Town gets credit. I'll give Party Town this honor. All right. We should actually do something here. Yeah, we should do something here. SSR support in Bun, yeah. Concurrent ranting. Yeah, that would be interesting. Well, I mean, you mean like a V8 isolate based thing? Because like Cloudflare workers isn't Node, like it doesn't have compatibility. Dino doesn't. Bun actually did so because it was intentionally to do so, but it didn't need to. Like they aren't. None of those are Node. AWS does run Node. So the functions on Vercel and yeah, I guess there's really like 3 or 4 platforms when you think about it. The functions on Vercel and Netlify run on AWS, so they are Node, but then the edge workers run on Cloudflare and Dino. So yeah, there's like 3 or 4 runtimes essentially, mainly 3. Yeah, I think it's starting to catch on, mostly because Dino deploy is interesting. I think they still have challenges in terms of like being like, but like having the npm install thing is really interesting. Oh man, I mean, you know how awesome that is. I love Jared's work, and I love all the work's being done on Bun. Like yeah. Partial serialization. Well, I mean, these do partial serialization from a partial hydration sense, unless you mean something differently. Actually, we're going to find out about that with Next today. That's what I want to find out. I want to know what they're doing. Like we know, like the Hackernews demo, we know that like it's been so long. I forget even where I deployed it. Was it Hackernews, solid Hackernews, HN Islands Netlify? Like we don't have to, because of the way this is using the new Islands. See, this is client side routed. Like it's not no thing. This is doing the thing. It's like 5 kilobytes. This app, even though we got like this interactivity, we don't serialize all these comments because we don't need to hydrate any of these the way this works. And I want to see if Next is the same. We tried this with Hydrogen, and yeah, you know, I'm just wasting time here. Have I been going an hour and I haven't even done anything yet? I'm sorry. I can't let the chat distract me that much. Yeah, so you're not late at all, no. So this is why I started the stream like half an hour early. I thought I could like buffer in some of this stuff, so you know I could like get rid of the Twitch pre-roll and like me just rambling at the beginning. But like, yeah, I mean, we should try and build something, right? What am I doing here? No, that's not right. That's OBS. What am I doing here? Okay. No, that's not right. That's my new experimental reactivity that no one's supposed to know about. Okay. Let's just hide that away for a moment. You guys didn't see that. Okay. So yeah, let's see here. Okay, I guess let's just like, okay. So where does this start? This starts. Okay, so let's start by me going in a development folder. What do I want to do? Does create next app still work in this world? Like, I just don't know anything. Do I just do create next app -sts? It's funny. I was actually trying to find this command again because I like literally am not a Next user. And I remembered Theo was like, oh yeah, I've got a great website for that. Info.tips or something. So I went to info.tips and I was like, okay, good. I'll get the link to start up my Next.js app, right? So I'm like, okay, info.tips, I think. No, that's not it. Init.tips. Yeah, init.tips. And I was like, oh, sweet. Start a new project, create T3 app. And I was like, oh, this isn't right. Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I was like, something has changed here. And thanks. I'm glad I asked because people are telling me I need to put some other stuff on here. I should look at create T. Like it would be in my best interest to look at T3 app simply from the fact that I think their CLI is awesome and I think we share the same philosophies. So I experimental app, yeah. Is this the right stuff? Create next app at latest --ts experimental app. Is this right? I like if create T3 app does this as well, I'm perfectly fine with it. I've just like never. This is not the right time. And do I have to make the directory first, or will this will prompt me for a directory, right? Okay. Yeah, I want to install this. Yes. Okay. Next, RSC Hackernews. Do I like ESLint? No, I hate ESLint. Okay. Actually, no, that's not true. I probably added ESLint. I don't really care about ESLint. I hate tooling in general. It just annoys me. I don't know. One day I'll be converted. Okay. Like seriously, I'm one of those like old, like you know how there's like the guys who like Vim and stuff and they're like crazy. I'm like the old guy who likes Notepad++. Like, oh, Next 13 is TS by default. That makes sense. Yeah, more people should do that. And that is me making fun of ourselves. We haven't changed that default install start yet. Do I trust the authors? Yeah, I'll trust the authors. Okay. Right. Yeah, well, this is why I have to look at it, because this stuff doesn't come intuitively to me. I'm just like ready to like open my Sublime text editor or whatever. Like VS Code's fine, but like, I'm not there. I need to like look at others to understand what other people like, because I can't use my own opinion here. Well, the reason I want to do is emulate it, because someone actually made a crate T3 for Solid Start. Like, and the interesting thing that I found with people who tried it, and I guess this is major kudos to JD or who put it together, was like, people were like, yeah, I used it and I didn't really even notice that much that React wasn't there, because it used like Prisma and TRPC and like all the stuff I was used to. And then the fact I was just like using solid JSX instead of React JSX was almost nothing. So like for them, they like the people who picked it up and tried it, they're like, this is basically just like swap over. Like most of the experience for them wasn't in the React or solid code. It was in like the libraries that they're familiar with. So it just kind of felt like they were just building an app, and then it just happened to be like, I don't know what the number is roughly. I want to say like 8 times smaller and, some amount faster, it was just like, so it was kind of cool, Yeah, exactly. Create JD app. Yeah, let's give a little plug. Yeah. And I know this rule because this is how islands work. That's what I'm getting at. This is why I want to sing on this. It's kind of funny because I feel like there hasn't been enough acknowledgement of like it's tricky. I don't know how to put this, but like the React team has their own roots for how they innovate and they discover their stuff. Like the way they came up with hooks and all this stuff. Like it's very much on their track. But at the same time, sometimes they don't actually like look at the fact that like the whole ecosystem is working on the same problems as them at the exact same time. Maybe not quite as good or slightly different, all this. And then it's kind of like not drawing those correlations could be a blind spot there. But again, React's the biggest game in town, so who cares? Yeah, I am getting distracted again. Okay, so yeah, let's look at this. Pages, API. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this example shows that you can still have an API route here under Pages, but then the app is where the real stuff's happening. And now I'm immediately introduced into whatever this file system routing thing is. So we got some global CSS, we have some CSS modules. I don't really care about that. Well, that's fine. And we have a page. The interesting part is, I don't know enough about Next, and this is maybe where I'm going to get, oh no, here we go. Layout. Aha. Top level layout component is this. Head will contain the components return the nearest parent. Okay. Like a weird background noise going on. I don't know if you guys can hear it through the stream. It's like construction happening on my street. Okay. I'm just seeing this stuff all for the first time. Okay. Head. And head is lowercase, capital case. What? Oh, okay. They're going really hard on this. Okay, that's fine. I understand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Should I zoom in one more? I did zoom in, but I can zoom in one more. Let's do that. That's better, right? Sorry. I'm just gonna adjust myself again. All right. You understand what's going on here? Like literally, this, without importing it, is going to this. So I mean, let's do the honors. Looks like I'm in an npm world here. So let's just go. Not pnpm. Like I'm typing it by habit now. What's the start? Is it? Is it dev? Yeah. Or is it? Yeah, dev. Okay. Right. And because you know what? It doesn't even matter because as long as I npm install, or it's already installed. Did it already install? Beautiful. I can use pnpm and just say screw it. Okay. Sure, I'll allow it. There's a whole bunch of other stuff here. Okay. So we're on port 3000. Let's go here. Localhost 3000. All right. Ooh, okay. Welcome to Next.js 13. Okay. We're starting. Okay. Should we just like naively just try and start porting this stuff as fast as we can? Like, it looks like I don't have much to explore around here. It looks like page is imported. It looks like next image is imported. I don't really care about it for our point. Yeah. You know what? What's interesting is I guess we'll find out, you know? These are anchor tags, but these are external. They didn't show me what an internal link tag works at, and I don't know if I still use link tags or not, but I guess we'll find out. So I guess the first thing is I'm going to just port an existing app like I always do because it's easier. Let me see what other things I have open here. I think I have, I just need a new window here. New window. I'm trying to think of which one I want to use as a base. I do have the next version that we built on stream together, but I feel like if the link tags, I don't want to convert all the link tags back, if that makes any sense. Can I still keep the little anchors inside the link tags? Like it won't like be bad because like if I go to remix, then I have to adjust all the imports. But if I go to next, I think I'm in a better place. But if I go to next, I went through all the pain of doing all the link tags, and I don't want to do that ever again. So can I keep the anchors inside? You have to remove the anchor. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to figure out what a code mod is. Oh, man. Okay. Remix it is. I'd rather change imports than change code. Yeah, screw this. We'll use remix as our example. Go to its app directory, and just let's start. I actually don't really care about the head very much. So what I do care is I don't care about CSS, so I'm going to get rid of this. I guess the first thing I want to know, and maybe you all know this, which is interesting for me, is, and I'm gonna empty out this page just because it's distracting me. I'm just gonna, I don't know, replace this whole thing with like a hello or whatever. It's funny. This is the one problem with the Hackernews demo. Always the problem with the Hackernews demo is how do I do a top level catch-all route? It's like the first thing that like breaks everyone's demos, because I what I want to do is essentially just do like a okay, there we go. See what's going on here. Why am I okay, whatever. It's probably part of the global styles. I'll worry about that later. I'm not too worried actually about. We're gonna have to change the data loading patterns to fit the new data loading patterns anyway. So like, I'm not too worried about the code I have to write. But the first thing I need to do is probably with the app folder. If I want to add components, I still just make like a components folder out here. Not in here, out here, right? So if I want to, we're still gonna have like a components folder like this, right? And I don't have to like. Can I still do this with the pages directory with all their fancy like pages naming conventions and stuff? That was my question. What I am going to do is I'm going to copy some of the, I'm mostly going to just copy all of this stuff from Remix. Ooh, I see. We're going to actually have to do some work on the, I wonder if the solid version is actually the most similar version. Oh, that's kind of interesting to think that the solid version might be more similar than the remix version. Oh, but then I have to rename all the class names and do all the maps. No, never mind. We're gonna grab all of these, move them across, and then we're gonna get to where we need to get to. Because these aren't actually, like, these are not client components. Was it next link or something? Is it like this? Did they do this? Is this correct? Did they not use 2 and use href? Someone tell me that this is true. Like, is this the right component? I didn't. Oh, thank God. Okay, sorry. I know it's a silly thing to get excited about, but do you know where the stupid 2 thing came from? It came from Ember. All right. Yeah, sorry. We've always used href in solid because, like, it makes sense. But awesome. Okay, and we're gonna go to next. Whatever. What's their website? Nextjs.org. Okay, sure. And what else we're going to do here? We're probably built with next. And for the global styles, I'm going to keep on theme. I'm actually going to look at my, I'm going to, like, let's just pull multiple references. Let's open up our previous next app anyways, because I think that's the global styles I'm going to want to use. Because I have all my apps color coded. So let's go in here and grab our styles. That's funny. It's like I just forgot to remove that. I just didn't notice it. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's put that in our global thing. And then the whole reason we did all this is that we wanted our layout to have the nav. And we want to import nav from components nav. Did I lowercase them? That's so not me. Whatever. Yeah, fancy partial hydration. It's partial hydration plus some. All right, so. All right. Interesting how the font's getting in here, but yeah, I should put nav inside the body tag. Good call, good to call. That makes sense. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that is a good call. That could completely be the cause of the text styling. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Interesting, though. Okay. Sorry. So back at chat, did we figure out how we were going to do the top level catch-all route? Does anyone actually know the answer to that question? I can create a route group. That sounds about right. It's an interesting... Do I actually even need the route group? I think you're right, though. I think I need to actually start with a folder. Which is interesting. The benefit of the route... Like, I don't know... Like, this global CSS is just, like, getting pulled in magically. It's... Unless it's part of layout. Is it part of layout? Yeah, it's part of layout. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because there's like a detachment here. Because because we'll get to that in a minute. Let's try and author before we worry about that. Let's like just try and author the first Hackernews page, and then we'll worry about that because the layout is exactly how I want it. That makes sense. But it's the page that I actually want to load the data. And if we go into one of these, we probably... I have an API TS, and... Did I do it the same way in Remix? I just want to double check. Yeah. So we just have this API TS. I'm trying to remember if they made me do anything fancy with fetch. No, okay. These ones are straightforward, so let's just copy that across. All right. And I'm hoping that fetch just works on the server in this environment, so that'll be fine. And then I'm going to use Remix's index route as more of a less a template here, though we're gonna have to redo a lot of this. Okay. I'm just banking on Remix being an easier port because I don't want to deal with anchor tags. All right. Let's just like replace the whole thing actually. All right. Now we don't have this loader function, but my understanding is that I can just go like make this an async function index, and we'll worry about the rest of this later, but I'm like literally just gonna be like, let's just pull all this stuff in here. I'm gonna need to look and see how to get this information, but I'm just going to... Why is map stories and story data not being used? Oh, it's because of the index route. We'll get to that. I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, so that's my first question, right? How do we... Okay, no loader function. We need link from next link. Next link. And then we need my types. I haven't copied the types file across either. Types. Paste. I must have not copied it. Love when that happens. All right, whatever. I'm not going to worry about that for the moment. All right, so let's keep on moving on. I'm just trying to keep up with chat because you guys probably know this better than me. Oh, thanks. Sorry. I was so busy focusing on this stuff. Thank you, Benton, to subscribe to the tier 1. Always awesome. I have to actually go look at Twitch occasionally to actually see it, so thank you for flagging me, because I don't always see this stuff on Twitch. Okay, so I guess the first question here is, how do we access the request object? Or like, basically, I want to know how to get the query parameters. But you know what? We can fake this for the moment. Yeah, okay. Next headers API. That gives me something to look at. Okay. Next headers. Actually, let's just go here. Next. What am I looking for? The new docs, okay. Where are the new docs? Okay. Okay. All right. What's this? Okay. I mean, I guess I could also just try doing stuff like this. Like seeing, do I have params here? But the thing is, I don't have param. Yeah. That was like a terrible, that's like emmet completions. It's like, no, okay. The other thing is, oh man. I feel like actually, I have nothing to read off this anyways until I actually implement like the catch-all route. Do you know what I mean? I mean, we can just do this. So like we could. And like, do I get search params this way as well? Oh, man. All right. It's funny. Like it's still errored from like way back. Actually, while I'm here, why don't I take care of all these hrefs? I feel like I just want to like console log props and see how far that takes us. But I don't know if that's gonna feel like it probably... It's all... Oh, I know what else is the problem. Not the problem is, we haven't unremixed all of these yet, so like we actually have to look at these as well, like link second. All right, I think that's what I missed. Sweet. All right. I really can't find this types file in the root folder. It's really quite interesting. All right, but hopefully. What does it think's in there? Types. Okay. All right, now param search params. Thank you. Okay, yeah, it's that simple. That's nice. Params search params. Which means that it's just, I'm gathering search params is like a simpler object than this. There isn't any right now, but I'm going to assume that it's search params. It's going to be search params page, and this is actually params dot story or something, or this. It's just, I'm not going to worry about this just yet. We have to actually create the route first. I'm hoping though that with this, we're starting to actually I mean, I should make this type safe, but I don't actually care enough to do that. So where am I? I'm just make this an I story array for the moment, and then will that make everything else shut up? Other than I need to know the proper types for the index route. But if everything worked properly, our little Hackernews app should at least be up and rolling. Okay. Because we don't have /top yet. All right, sorry, see Jeffrey's link. How far back do I have to go? Oh, there it is. Yes, and thank God it's from Twitch, because YouTube comments and StreamYard I can't like actually. Yeah, okay, here we go. Let me pull this over. Thank you. I appreciate all the help here. Oh, what do you know? There's also hook style ones. Okay. This is like a little bit cleaner. Interesting. So it is get. Huh. Oh, this is for client components. The search parameters used. Okay, my bad. So it's this one. Huh. All right. They literally just put this type in here. There's no like nice like function version of the type. Just like use page component or no. Okay. That's. I think someone actually already put this in the. Don't use that. Okay. I won't. I will use. I mean, it's the same thing though, right? It's just like a better version. Okay, I'll use the better version. It's like this. Yeah, yeah, it's. Okay, whatever. Oh, it's always slug. Okay. Got you. So they don't care about the naming. Okay. Well, for this to actually work, we need to add our route. Maybe I can find that here of how to do the catch-all. Yeah, I see a dot dot dot. So let's see if this will work. Folder dot dot dot. I mean, I don't have to name it slug, do I? Like, I can name it something else. Like, they do slug in their example. I can name it to, like, I can name it to whatever I want, right? I can say this is stories, and then this be stories, and then I can move page in here. Why does Voller want to come in here? View language? What the? I'm going to skip for now. Okay, let's see if this does something. We could be doing this completely wrong. Okay, that did not work. Let's try and put something here like this though. But that works. Interesting. So it's not quite what I want. It's close though. I want it to match slash as well. Maybe if I look at the old next app, this will give me hints. Next. Oh, they did this like double thing. Is that it? Like where they do like this double bracket thing? Is that like the secret sauce? Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, I'm not wiring it quite up right yet. Okay, but the pagination works. Okay, sweet, pagination works. Okay, but we haven't wired up this piece. Okay, but progress. Thank you all. That's great. All right, so we're getting somewhere. It's interesting how server components and like non-server components, you like to worry about the use API versus not. I think it's interesting. The nice way to get types is to type page. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I was actually looking for. I was surprised the docs didn't show that. All right. Cool. Okay, so let's wire up let's get the rest of this working properly. So pagination works even though this is not happy because I said this, but I'm going to pretend like, I mean, can I pretend like this is true? It seems to be true. Params.story. What do params look like? Let's just console log them. Let's give it a nice big params. I mean, it's the only thing we're console logging anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but let's do that. And then like here, there's no params, which we know, but then when we go here, we should see something. Oh, interesting. It's an array. Okay. I mean, I can deal with that. Is it always in an array? Well, so it's more like this. Params dot stories 0 or top, and then And then I need to actually pull in the rest of the code that I have in Remix that I didn't actually bring in here, or actually have a next version, which is I need to actually change the fetch request to look like this, which has the type of story in there too. And last time I hit a TypeScript issue here, and we never figured it out, and it only happened next and not anywhere other framework. So I was just like, I gave up, and I was like, screw it. And I'm not going to solve it right now either. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. Progress. Okay, so we got the main page running. But the main page is not very interesting. I think what's cool here, I wanna see. I mean, I guess I need to do a production build, but right now, like I'm seeing, like this is next data is still very much going, even though technically these are all server components. Although this is like, I see like class name. This looks like a different sort of serialized thing. Okay, we'll get into this when we build production builds and stuff and see what things actually look like. I don't know. I don't trust dev. So let's continue on. We need to, I don't really care about all the routes, but we do need to get the story route so that we can do the recursive partial hydration, which is key to this whole thing. So let's look at so it's like stories ID. So do I have to make two folders here? So like what I want to do here is actually like, I'm just going to write it like this, but it's going to automatically do it. I'm pretty sure stories ID, what's the syntax? ID page.tsx is basically what I'm going to want, right? Yeah. Does this actually make a folder called that? That's cool. Usually is not what happens. Let's try that again. Stories, ID, . I'm just messing with VS Code here. Okay. I should just delete this. I should do this like the easy way, one at a time. I think I've actually like just messed up VS Code completely. Okay, there we go. Stories, new folder, ID, new file, page.tsx. Okay, I think that's what we were looking for, right? All right. Let's move Remix into it. Let's move Remix over. All right. All right. So don't need loader function. Don't need loader data or JSON. We just want to make this async. We want to pull this into our component. Sorry, I put the async in the wrong place. Async. And don't need this. Everything's one more set of dot dots, and then it's link from next link. And then all the two equals become the proper hrefs. There's only one. params comes from here. And then we'll call this one an iStory. And then I think that, I mean, is that all we need? I feel like I'm like forgetting something important. I think I know what I'm forgetting important. I have to actually go in and update the story component to not be remix. But did I already do that? No, the comment component not to be remix. Comment component needs, okay, yeah, this is where we're gonna hit our first bit of fun. Because guess what? We have state. And this is what I was waiting for, because we need to rearrange this, and actually the remix example is no longer a good example for us to follow here, nor is the next example, because these are assuming this. So actually what I need to do is, what do I need? I need file, what am I going to open here? I don't care about remix anymore. We need solid start, don't we? Yeah, we need solid start. In fact, I think, and we need examples, Hackernews, components, story, and toggle. This is the magic here. So we're actually yeah. Oh, awesome. Hey, Coding Garden. Awesome to see you here. We are just in the process of converting, updating to a React, my Hackernews demo to React server components in Next 13. We've been using Remix. We've been using old Next 12 as inspiration. And now that we got to the server component part, we're actually using Solid Start to figure out how to write the server components, because it has the kind of optimal pattern. So yeah, no, thank you for the raid. This is awesome. This is probably more people I've had on Twitch viewing me than almost ever. So thank you. Very, very, very cool to see you all here. So yeah, we're in this process of making our server component Hackernews demo. I make Hackernews demos in every single framework so I can compare them, and this one has I've been waiting for. So yeah. Let's no, great to see you though. Thanks for coming by, and I enjoyed you taking the time to show off Solid on your JS survey one. He wanted to say that he's used it and used it again, instead of saying, he'd be interested in learning on the JS survey. So literally in the middle of the survey, dropped what he was doing and made a solid JS app, which is really, really cool on the stream the other day. So thank you. All right. So let's do this. Yeah. Okay. So we need to, Solid's got its own syntax, so it makes it a little bit tricky. What we technically want to do is we want to make a story server component and a toggle client component. And the reason we want to do this is that we don't, if we kept the same structure that we have right now, like in the next Hackernews demo, the whole comment component and the recursive comments would, we can't, because this has state, it would have to be a client component, right? And because it's a client component, and it has state because it needs to toggle the comments, right? If you've seen a Hackernews demo, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had one here, yeah. You want to be able to collapse the comments, but you don't want these to be all client rendered. You don't want to have all that data. You don't want to waste your time. You want the server to render all this. Yet we have this terrible problem that all our comments are recursively collapsible. So it's not as easy as just saying make the whole thing client components or server components, because you're literally interleaving a client interaction. So this is a beautiful use case of why server components are actually valuable, right? So let's look at how we're going to do this here, because what we want actually is to make a new toggle component, and that's where we want to get our state in. And that toggle component is going to, how do I do this? Do I do use client? Did I get that right? I don't even know what that means. We'll worry about that in a minute. We can look at the docs. Okay, so am I using the wrong type of quotes? Should it be like these kind of quotes? Okay, yeah, it's just missing stuff, right? Okay, yeah, they're just telling me like I haven't implemented the component. So in this case, we're going to, at least this component is going to be very React-like. It's not, I'm just copying it from Solid, but this is the easy part, right? Because we're just going to go React, use state, class name, open. Oh wait, they don't have class list. Okay, well that's fine. We can do something with that. We can make it. It'll just be a little bit clunkier, but it's not that bad. Okay, yeah. So what do we want to do here? It's going to be like. Plus open, otherwise this, something like that. All right, so, and we're not using anchor, we're going to use a link, I think. Oh, actually, this doesn't actually, I don't know, this is actually an anchor for semantic reasons. It's not actually an href. Okay, so that's fine. And I don't know why there's props here, because, oh, props children. Let's just do it the React way and destructure it. And it's just complaining that it doesn't know what it is. So what can I just do, like JSX element? Or actually, sorry, I'm just children. I know there's like JSX types for this stuff, but in this case I don't. Okay, yay. Okay, so okay, so this is our stateful React component. Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. I missed a space. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So then the key part of this, and I love this about this, you understand, is the client component has its state, can toggle some classes around our list, but it has no introspection into what these children are. So these children are actually rendered always on the server, and that's how this boundary works. So there isn't even really any props. The children are the only thing that get passed through. So this actually makes things really, really, really simple. And then we just have to change our comment component now to do the right thing. Okay, this starts obviously with not being remix. So let's do next link and do that. And now we no longer need useState here. That is gone. And then this becomes href. Makes sense. And then dangerously set in your HTML. Looks good, good. And now this is where the fun part is. And I'm just going to refer back to Solid to remember what we do here, which is in the comment component, we do our conditional when there's length, and then we wrap the loop in a for. So conditional when there's length, and then we do this. Okay, so everything, this whole part just disappears essentially. And then this becomes our toggle. And format. And then pluralize. Was pluralize supposed to be in here? Did I miss that? Or did that just get lost in the... Maybe that just got lost in the ether. Is there pluralize in the solid version? No, okay. So we just lost in the ether. Doesn't matter. Slightly different formatting for this example, but I think the key is, yeah, right. We import toggle from toggle. And then we go back a couple rows. Okay, I went too far. What is it doing? Oh, okay. All right. We're writing the components folder, so that oh right, this is just the example of it being really VS Code just breaking on us really dumbly. Like the original was fine. Okay, and then oh right, no, we have a key. I was like, we don't need keys installed. I thought maybe I broke that, but no, we have a key. So what is it complaining about? Someone who knows React can probably tell me what's wrong with this. Yeah, it's going okay. We actually got I'm just getting to the part where we do the recursive partial hydration on the stream. That's how it's going so far. We haven't really introspected what's going on yet. Mostly, we're just getting this Hackernews demo working. I spent like the first hour literally just ranting about why server components are important. Yeah. What's the return type of comment? I mean, isn't it just whatever JSX element this is? Am I returning like multiple or something by accident? No, it's a list item. Maybe I don't care. That's always a possibility. Maybe I don't care. So let's look here. What's going on? If we go here, does it work? Does it collapse? Styles aren't quite right. Oh, right. I always have to remember this with JSX frameworks. Does the dangling 0? Because I'm checking length. Let's do something like this. It's fine. It's funny. Did I? Yeah, interesting. I'm not quite, this isn't quite right stylistically. I wonder why that is. Open, toggle, what, okay. I think I screwed up the class concatenation inside our toggle component. I think I know why. I think I did this. Let's try this. Yay, okay. We did it. We did it. Okay. Success. Okay, that's great. So we have a working Hackernews demo piece. Okay, so this is good. This is where we start actually looking at what's actually going on here. Yeah, I want to, first of all, there's a console error. I'm interested what that is. Something about React Dev overlay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. I guess the first thing is, can I look at this locally? Can I be like npm run build and then like run the optimized production build locally? Oh, is it going to error out on TypeScript errors? Oh, man. Okay, which one? We're back to the stupid map. Okay, fine. I guess we're going to fix TypeScript errors. It's absolute. All right, so let's look here. What are we doing here? It's not this one. It's this one first. Map stories. Because type string cylinder can't be used to index type top string. Really, even though I say it's a. Is it supposed to be type of, key of? What if I just say it's a string? No. Oh. Beautiful. Okay, we got it. It's funny. Last stream we did this. No one. We never solved that one. And then this one I need to do a little bit of this fun. I don't need half of this. And what do we call it? ID. And then this one. So we do have to solve this one. Okay. It was this, right? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not. I use JSX very differently in Solid because there's no virtual DOM. So like JSX element is like as good as like whatever. It's like a slightly. It's basically like a any, but it's like a little bit narrower than any. Okay. That's interesting. We can get rid of the API route too. Sorry, I forgot that was still here. Move to trash. And let's look at, yeah, start. We should deploy this realistically, but I just want to sanity check some stuff before we deploy it. Actually, we probably should just deploy it. But let's see if this does what I... All right. Just curious, because the most interesting thing to me is how much... Okay, this is better. It's interesting. What is all this stuff they're serializing for a statically server rendered page? There's something about this technology I don't quite understand yet. Because, like, you'd think that you wouldn't need any of this. Like, this page... Right, there's 15 kilobytes here from... We know better. We need to open this in an incognito window. But... So, But... Okay, yeah. I think I'm happy that this is functional enough. Yeah, I'm happy that this is functional enough that I want to deploy this next. I think this is... I don't think we're going to get a real feel for this until we compare a Next 12 app with a Next 13 app. That's where we're at right now, right? Well, that's the thing. This isn't dev mode anymore. I turned off dev mode. I did a production build, and then I did a. I did a. I'm hoping this is not dev mode. I did a. That was why I did the production build for, because I did next start. You have to put the components folder into the app folder of your server components. Is that true? That doesn't make sense. How would you ever like import server components from a third-party library? Well, I mean, it's not crazy in size. Next is 80 kilobytes. Like, it does, or like 76 kilobytes. So like, you're not going to make a Next app smaller by using server components. All you can do is make anything else that you would have to load less, right? It scales from that point. Right. So I think. Oh, right. And we still have the console log here too. What I want to do actually is, I want to deploy this. I think we're gonna have to deploy this. We have a console log somewhere. Yes, it's this one. So I guess we're ready for Vercel time. Was it Vercel? Yes. Yes. No. Yeah, that's a good one. What code? What directory is the code located in? The root directory? Is that right? Sorry, I just never use next. I don't know what the correct answer is. Help me here, chat. Yeah, okay. That looks reasonable. Do you want to modify these? No. All right. While we're doing this, I'm actually going to look for my older version of this. And actually, I don't think we have, what's it? Next. Hackernews. All, yeah. Okay. I don't think I have another incognito. I don't. Okay. Let's see first that this works. Oh, interesting. Did it do straight to production, like prod deploy on the first one because I hadn't built it before? This looks like a prod deploy. I don't see any namespacing. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Let me double check that. Because usually there's deployed to production, run first of all to overwrite later. Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, cool. So now we have two Next.js apps to look at side by side. Next 12, Next 13 server app directory. Bang, let's do it. Looks like I still have some stuff, but okay. At least the title will help us figure out the differences between these because it looks like I didn't properly set the title for either of them. So, okay. First, let's just understand JavaScript on the wire. Okay. So 84.2 on basically a no JavaScript page anyways. And 89.6. Okay. So you might be like, interesting. Size went up. Well, server components have a little bit of an overhead. So I guess this is going to be this demo is just not the right demo to showcase off server components from a pure size perspective. Because like technically speaking, the size cost to opt into server components is probably more expensive than the JavaScript it takes to render this page. Either that, or like, what version of Next are we on here? Are we still in like the buggier versions that? No, we're 1306. Hopefully, like stuff's been fixed. Okay, let's look at a couple other things here. I want to look at the HTML payload actually, because I want to understand how big it is over the wire. So if we look at the document here for the same page, interesting. Huh. Server components version is larger. Let's look at the elements. I want to understand this. Next route announcer. Oh, cool. That's it, honestly, props to them for having like ARIA stuff built like right in. Like in order to properly do ARIA, you have to have like a ARIA live section that when route changes swaps out the text in this paragraph element so that it alerts people. The fact that this is built in is kind of really awesome. Anyway, does this one have it too? Probably. Like I didn't opt into that. That was just there. Next. I don't see it here. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Let's next data script. This is our tons of serialized data. And then here's the next thing. But interestingly enough, here, okay, some pushing, some probably for streaming. The actual serialized amount of data is actually greater because it's passing the server components. Interesting. This isn't just JSON. Like I'm seeing hrefs and class names. This is their server component serialization is actually flushed into the document. Huh. This is I just AstroSolid. I just want to understand what kind of impact that kind of serialization has. I just 3.1 kilobytes for AstroSolid. Solid HN Islands. How's this one? 3.6 kilobytes. Interesting. 6.8. 5.1. Okay, so interesting. Basically, what I was kind of looking at here is there's a certain shelf on complexity before it's actually worth investing because, like, the router and the diffing the do server components has an overhead, right? The reason I was mentioning this is like this solid version is like it should be bigger. This version of the diff, it should be about a kilobyte bigger. It should be about 6 kilobytes. Okay, let's say 6 kilobytes for this page. But like it's small enough compared to the JavaScript actually rendering the page so that the offset is different enough. Like, because if I just like pick like a solid Hackernews Edge Netlify demo or something, like what you'll see in this example is that the app's like 13.8 kilobytes. So going to this actually it makes a difference. Like from here on out, it scales better. Like this is the worst case when you're on the small side, and basically this page doesn't require any JavaScript to run. So this is the overhead here. See, if I actually go on this page in Astro, there's going to be no JavaScript. Like you don't need JavaScript for this page to run. Astro, however, is an MPA, so it doesn't have a client-side router, so that's a trade-off. Solid needs like a little bit of JavaScript to run, but like essentially this is kind of like the worst case page in terms of size, just to kind of understand. And I was interested in the doc serialization thing. So server components don't save you on data serialization on the base case. I mean, let's scale it up something. Let's find a story that has a lot of comments. I just want to kind of understand what this looks like. 328 comments is probably enough. 329 now? Yeah, that's probably enough. Let's look at what's happening here. So 81.5 kilobytes for this document serialization size, right? JavaScript should be still small, 89. That's not bad. For the next 12 version of the same story, we're going to do this. I'm going to look at this. 81.2. So it's basically the same document size. It's like slight difference. We're talking about a couple kilobytes. So it's basically the same document size. The amount of HTML and serialized kind of works out to be the same. This one obviously on the JS size is again it's basically looks like React server components cost about 7 or 8 kilobytes, and then they're saving about 3 or 4 kilobytes by having them. So like it's like +8 -4, so the delta is about 4 kilobytes between these versions in the non-server component thing, because there's just not that much JavaScript required for this page. But just to kind of get understand, it looks like it's about 8 kilobytes overhead for React server components, and then having them on this page saves you 4 kilobytes. So That helps me out. So, but the document serialization is interesting because this is not what I was expecting exactly. 54 kilobytes for the Astro version, 54, and for the Solid Islands version, where is it? Sorry, not that, the doc. 55, and the original Solid version, which has everything in it, 113. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Solid serialization formats with the data HKs are a little bit big. But interesting. Okay. I was mostly interested in seeing this. So there basically is no serialization savings here. Like it doesn't solve the double data problem, which is one of the benefits. Let me grab another one here. We'll do a quick city. People like those, right? Just to kind of get an idea, because yeah, what was our base thing here, right? 4.5, which is nice. And then when we go into this expensive story, this one, 62.7. Yeah, so again, quick 55. Like it's very comparable on HTML scaling size. And then obviously, page like this, we need some JavaScript. There it is. Okay. Quick's version. Oh, this is why I have service workers turned off all the time, so I can actually see what the performance is. Application bypass, source stack blitz. This is why we have not the best relationship. Now let's look again and see what's going on, so we can get proper sizes. There we go. Bang. 17 kilobytes of JavaScript. Okay. Yeah. So 17.5 or 6. Yeah, just to kind of like get my head around it. So 13.8 for the Solid full version, and then for the Islands version of Solid, 5.8, Astro JavaScript 4.8 with Solid, and then, but again, it doesn't have MPA routing. Well, technically the quick one is an MPA as well, and yeah. Anyways, but this just kind of gets me the kind of scale here. So we don't solve the double data problem with this, which is interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I start to see why people have a hard time here. It's not that the technology isn't good. Like, I think that if you make a dumb, stupid demo like I'm making right here, you're not going to see the benefits. Because Next's buy-in cost is so high that like you're actually like you have to do something more substantial to actually see any kind of difference here. And yeah, that serialization cost is gonna ping it on the death test. I don't even know if I want to run it. It's not gonna perform like the other partial hydration solutions. Yeah, the context thing is understandable. We probably should talk about that. I said I'd talk about this later to kind of explain about some of the optimizations that can be done here. But this is tricky. This is definitely tricky. I mean, it's not identical because you're trading an HTML API for a JSON API, so it's like a little bit tricky. Yeah, I cut the sound for a second. I need to think. Okay, because yeah, I mean, yeah, Yeah, but the thing, there's trade-offs here, right? Like technically the Astro Solid demo is the smallest MPA thing, but like this is an MPA. Like you are page reloading, like that's good for lots of things, maybe not good for everything. So like it's not a fair match comparison. The quick one is a little bit larger, and it's also MPA. They've got streaming here though. You see how the bar doesn't come in? This is something you'll find too with like Marco when you're using not this one. This is Marco 6. Sorry, Marco 6 is crazy. If I showed you the JavaScript for this one, you guys will just like 1.6 kilobytes. Like that's it. It still works. Trust me. We don't have to get into Marco 6, but let me see if I can find the Marco 5 version of it. Marco, what's it? Marco Hackernews. Maybe I don't have the link offhand any right now. The problem with this one is I made it with the Marco team, so I don't actually have it at my fingertips. I think it's Marco Hackernews. It doesn't matter. It works the same way as Quick, and it's about the same size because Marco 5 is about 15 kilobytes. So like, when you have a good MPA with streaming, the bar doesn't flicker because it can get there so fast, but it is still reloading pretty much everything, right? So there is like a trade-off here. It's probably, if you're going for MPA, it's probably pretty good, and like who cares, right? Then you have stuff like server components, which like Solid's version here, which is like 5.8 kilobytes, is like a little bit bigger than that, and it's a SPA style thing, but it's actually an MPA. That's why we have so little JavaScript here. So it's like the hybrid thing. This is ideally where you want to get to. Technically, this is that as well. What happened? Technically, this is. Oh, weird. Something. The slash root isn't working. The catch-all in the slash root isn't working on deploy. I think I might have found a bug. I think the slash root is like messing with things top level, but essentially, because that worked locally, essentially the thing is we're still paying the whole cost of React and Next, which is a little bit expensive, and then you get into client-side stuff, which is innately just slower in these kind of scenarios, just because they are like Solid's version. I mean, Solid and Svelte's version are going to be small. Solid's like 13, Svelte's like 18, but Anyway, so there's a whole scale of solutions here, kind of like going back to my Scala draw. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the Movies app built in this. My gut feeling, though, I mean, you already know what the answer is going to be. It's going to be smaller. The next version of the Movies app right now, after you navigate a couple pages, is about 190 kilobytes. This version should stay fixed, maybe at about 95 kilobytes. So like, I think it would be better, but we'd have to build it. Yeah, this is interesting. I need a second. You know what? I'm gonna be right back. I know I usually don't take a break on stream, but I need a moment here. So I will be right back, and just give me like 2 minutes. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Hey, we lost like 30, 40 viewers, but it is what it is. Yeah. Okay, no. Okay. How should I put this? They can definitely create a smaller bundle than Next 12 if you have lots of static pages that are very large. This one's very easy because it's literally comment or story component rendered like 10 billion times on the page. But like if you had like a lot more different static stuff, then it's only the client component they do. So what I'm saying is it can't make your base bundle size any smaller. Like the smallest size you can make a next app can't get any smaller, but it can make it grow less fast. It scales better. It like changes the slant of your curve. And I don't even like that analogy because it does depend on interactivity anyways. Like, but ultimately, once your page gets to a certain complexity with a certain amount of server purport like stuff, you will easily offset the 8 kilobytes it costs to bring in like the next 13 runtime stuff. So like it's like I wouldn't worry. Like this will make things smaller. It's just like it's just like it won't make it any smaller than like Hello World and Next Today. You build an app in Next Today, it might be like 200 kilobytes, and then you do it this way, and it's like 120 kilobytes. Do you see like, and it scales better because as that 200 kilobyte app becomes 250 kilobytes, maybe that 120 kilobyte app only becomes 130. Like it just, that's sort of where the benefit is. But the starting point post looks like it's about 84 kilobytes or so. Like that, like if original Next the baseline was 80, now it's 80. Maybe, yeah, I guess it's like 76. Like there's a bit of, I got to negate these small components here, but it's like it's like the base number has gone up a little bit to allow better scaling. Yes, I do need a link for all my Hackernews demos. We are going to run this through the death test. I mean, that's what we do here, but yeah, I mean, and it actually needs the VDOM to do the page to page diffing thing, right? I mean, that's an interesting argument that I mean, I could see someone making a router like we do with Solid Router without any actually reactivity. So you wouldn't like need Solid's runtime to do the router. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good explanation. Sorry, I put that down too much. From limited question later, the base size is similar, but on the bigger apps can be smaller. Exactly. There are two solid apps, one with Astro and one with Solid Start Islands. Yeah, exactly. The Solid Start Islands has client side routing. That's kind of the difference. Where the Astro one's like the MPA. Yeah, I get what it is. It's just like one of the benefits of partial hydration is the ability to solve the double data, like sending the information twice in the HTML and is serialized. And the reason for that is it actually saves time rendering on the server and it saves time like processing and crunching it and sending it over the network. It saves everything of it. And this is like one of the places. Yeah, like if you want to understand what I'm talking about, let's do this. It's time. Pagespeed web dev insights, and we can't trust this completely, but I just want to like. You see this one page that I keep on doing over and over again. That's very brutal. Let's pick something like which did I close this down yet? What's the Astro one we're using here? Astro Netlify app, whatever. Let's pick this one, right? And let's put it in here, right? And do the terrible page. I think this is it. Let's analyze this. This page is designed to be brutal, okay? And the reason okay. Did I get that wrong? Oh, I can't have got. Let's double check I got that. Didn't get that wrong. Yeah, this page has 1,315 comments. Let's try again. It's possible that Pagespeed Insights just doesn't want to give me this page anymore, because of how brutal it is. Yeah, they're not letting. Okay, let me pick another example to show like an MPA with partial hydration. Let's try Marco 6. Okay. It doesn't really matter the exact numbers. It might plus or minus 5 or even 10, but like on different runs. But the reason I want to point this out here is that they do kind of, even PageSpeed has problems. It doesn't see streaming. Like there's issues with it, but like you can kind of ballpark here where you're sitting at. So let me take something else. Let me take let's take the next 12 example, okay? Because that's the theme of today. Yeah, interesting. I didn't notice any API issue with these. I've done this a dozen of times on stream, but it's like PageSpeed isn't playing ball with me right now on this one. It's funny because it does seem to load in the browser. We could also use webdev.measure for this if we want to. Oh yeah, the thing is, but only the props. This is the whole thing. So if in our case of our toggle, there's no props that get passed in really, okay? Okay, so next is 46. That's about standard here. Come on, give me. I just need to get like one of the partial hydration demos actually. It doesn't matter which one we get. Like they're all about the same. Okay, so let's hopefully get the Astro one. Oh, error document request. Let's try. What's another one? Tried Marco. I tried Astro. I really wanted an MPA one. I mean, Solid's version isn't too bad. Solid HN Islands. It's pretty good too. Let's see if we can get this. Like this is like it doesn't matter if it's next. Remix scores the same. Solid Start score actually I made it better. I think. Let's see if I can get this Solid Start one. I actually did. I grabbed Marco's data serializer, and it actually made a difference, which was actually really quite cool. Let me see if I can get that one. Solid, Hackernews, Netlify, Edge. This one. It's not much though. To be fair, it's going to be still in the ballpark of this. Come on. This used to work quite well. I feel like someone's caught on to my shenanigans. Unknown error. Yeah, someone's caught on to my shenanigans. Let's drop in our, while we're waiting, we can also drop in our new next Hackernews one. What I'm really interested is if this actually ends up making much of any difference compared to okay, yeah, there's see the solid one's 54 over 46. We used to be 46. That new data serializer improved things like just the tiniest bit, but it's not like a significant kind of thing. Like, but it's funny, none of the islands demo ones seem to want to be working Like the MPA ones seem to want to be working right now. Let's try Astro Edge. Let's different one. Let's try that one. Let's do this one. Let's do RCs. Yeah, Dave did make one, but it actually was just as much trouble. I had some issues with it. I haven't worked with Dave to actually to solve those, but I mean, while we're doing, I mean, I got lots. Anyone, people in the crowd want to see? You know, we could do remix. Okay, cool. Here you go. The RSC one got a 54. It actually improved over the thing. So the actual partial hydration did improve the startup speed. Okay. But it could be the streaming that making a difference, because what I'm actually noticing here is that the first contentful paint for this run is actually pretty far back. And, oh, actually, you know what? The page errored out. And that's what it responded. So we can't trust this result. This one's fine. Okay, yeah, we're just not going to get it today. That's unfortunate. Oh well. This is I don't know. Usually this works much better. Remix got a 39. That's not a good run. It should be more like a 46. I'm not making a big enough emphasis, because what I was trying to show was that remix, next, typical SSR, you're going to get scores around 46. Even solid start, although I managed to like edge it up the tiniest bit. Svelte kit also around 46. Let's see if we can get Svelte kit in here. Svelte. Let's do it. Like, you know, like in this range on this test. But then when you get to the Astros and the we could try Quick. Quick is also another one of these partial hydration. You see like a whole different category of Quick Hackernews, Quick City. Where is it? Quick City. There it is. You see like a whole different category of performance. Like, for some reason, all the fast ones don't want to load for me today, which is funny. Let's try this one again. Nope. Remix. Yeah, I don't know. There we go. Svelte 43. Like, you could kind of see, the pattern of the range of where single page apps kind of. Well, we got one other server component demo. We got hydrogen, right? Let's do hydrogen. Let me get hydrogen in here. Let's get hydrogen going. Oh, fresh is another one we could try if quick doesn't work. Okay, there we go. Quick City 80. This is what I wanted to kind of get to. When you get a Quick City, solid islands, including the client-side routed version, when you get like Marco or Marco 6 or Astro, you get scores in the 80s, not in the 40s. And it's interesting because React server components, hydrogen 59, yeah, is kind of, oh, there's something wrong. The quick page loaded, right? Yeah, the quick page loaded. Yeah, I'm just not getting it today, unfortunately. What the thing is, what I'm finding here is the React server components are an improvement over definitely an improvement over the single page apps, but they're not seeing the same kind of wins that we've seen from the islands on this sort of demo situation where we're talking about largely static data serialization type stuff. You know, like these kind of Hackernews things where you have large portions of data. Although solid server components actually do score similar, but we're not actually getting in here, unfortunately, for some reason. Let's try one more time. It's not that one. Islands. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we'll share the RSC version, definitely, to it. I mean, yeah, unknown error. Yeah, it's so funny because if I open this up in a tab, the page will load. You know. Let's see. So I tried the Astra one. I meant to try this one, but it's the same. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can visually see it. You know, let's just do this. Let's like slow 3G it, and look at a performance profile, and just kind of understand what the loading and response looks like. Sorry, I tapped the wrong thing. I meant to tap this. Looking at the profiler here for a minute. The error, the RSC one didn't actually have an error except for when it was deployed. It actually worked fine locally. I think the error is actually the top level catch-all. Yeah, you can actually see. You can actually see. What's this? Oh, I'm not in an incognito window. That's my bad. We need to go here, and we need to drop in the right URL. Yeah, I want to see if we can actually see a difference in the timeline Oh, interesting. Yeah. So I think this page actually is just too large and it's timing out the edge function. Yeah, it is definitely the best way to do it. But you also need to simulate the network slowdown. So it's tricky because look, we could still learn some stuff here by looking at the performance profile of something with, 300 comments too, right? Where is this? Let's load this one. Sorry. Let's load the one with 329 comments. Oh, sorry. Stories. We can still see the difference between the server component execution and not. Maybe I should do a little. I don't like the CPU throttling if I can avoid it, but it might be necessarily to kind of emphasize the difference. Let's run this one more time. I felt a little bit slow. Interesting. What is going on? I think that's just their service worker fetching stuff in the background. First paint is about here. Okay, let's look at this under the same scenario, circumstance. Let's run it. Okay. One more time. Yeah, it's interesting. Because this page is loading faster on the next 12 version. There, done. We're like hitting some kind of cache, and then here, it's actually noticeably slower. and this is not, there's no CPU throttling here. I'm just literally deployed to for cell, and I'm getting very different, like it's taking the next app like over a second to respond here, which is weird. And the first paint comes in here, which is good, but it's 1100, and then we're getting LCP at the same time. That makes sense, largest computation. And then how does the hydration timeline look like? We see like a whole bunch of little JavaScript things, but document loads here. So like this is the core of the JavaScript work right here that happens kind of from around the end of the document here, this kind of zone. Let's compare that timeline here. As I said, they're done at like half a second, but the first paint doesn't happen to here, but it's like it's 500 milliseconds. LCP is 500 milliseconds at all as well. Yes, it is. And then we're doing a whole bunch of hydration work here and it's more longer processes and more blocking, but we're talking like 11, 24, so 35, and then another like 10 and change, like 40, 50 milliseconds here. And this timeline, 7, 4, I mean, that's about 12, another gap, and then these are all about 6 to 5, so what, 1, 2, 3 plus 20, 60, like port messaging. But I think this stuff is non-blocking, which is the difference here, but it doesn't look like it's actually doing less work. I want to take a look at something kind of, let's look at the Astro version, and I like see if the timeline's like any different. It's just interesting to me. Maybe less to people, but I wanted to kind of understand what this looked like. Okay, let's refresh in here. Okay, so now we're responding in 300 milliseconds, and we got a big layout thing happening. I don't know what's going on there. And then a whole bunch of hydration here. These processes are very small. I think each island is doing like but you can see it here, 36 already. This whole timeline is like 10 milliseconds. And then over here, there's more stuff coming over here. What is this? Because this is the main entry. Interesting, but it's already clocked off here. This is the idle stuff. The Astro version has idle hydration, and this is happening in the background here for about, I don't know, another 30 milliseconds plus whatever this is. Okay, it's interesting to see the difference between these sort of timelines. Okay, I'm gonna try loading this one. Let's see, stories. Let's try the Solid Islands version. Let's flick it. This one's not using streaming, I believe. So it might be a little bit slower. Where are we? First paint around 300 again. Yeah, 326. And then, where's the hydration work? Oh, wow. That's small. 5 milliseconds? Did I get that right? Huh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. It feels like there's a lot more overhead in scheduling on a lot of these like partial things. You'll see that there's like when we did the original create next, like the original next app, it was like a few big blocks, but it is a chunk. And most of the partial solutions are much more sliced. That's interesting. I'm gonna do the solid one as one last comparison here. Just the normal solid start, not with the islands or anything fancy. You can see the streaming there for a second. Okay, there we go. Oh wow, the streaming made a difference there. The first paint was only in 120 milliseconds, but again, it's just because it showed the bar sooner. But Finishes up again in the 300s. But yeah, the hydration cost is more significant here. This is a paint, and then there's this big chunk of hydration. Oh, it's only about 6 milliseconds. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know what to make of this, honestly. Yeah, well, for streaming, the first paint gets unlocked from the API response timing, but yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I think we need to figure out new ways to test this stuff. Obviously, my Pagespeed Insight was not very useful, so yeah, it's interesting. Okay, I'm actually gonna drop Quick in here just for a second because I know they don't load any JavaScript, so their hydration should be fairly minimal. Just so that we can understand, like 6 milliseconds of hydration, no one's gonna suffer you. The streaming there again, no placeholder, but this is streaming. Where's the first paint? Yeah, streaming means first paint happens before 300 milliseconds, right? Yeah, not that much maybe before, but let's look here. Yeah, there's basically no hydration work here. It's like a millisecond or something of like scripts running. Yeah. Page like this is too simple to see anything. That's basically the problem. In the past, I've been able to use large versions of this page to actually see hydration costs, because once you're in partial here, we're generally only talking about, like, for a page like this, like 5 milliseconds. But if you're not partial, it's like 10 times as much. But we're not seeing the same with the React version exactly. It's harder to see because it's broken up into so many little pieces. Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping the page speed would give us better, but yeah, I can understand a little bit at least why there's like confusion here. You know, like it doesn't seem like a clear win, where like my experience with this stuff, it has been, because like obviously when you do islands and like the Astro and Quick examples and Marco examples, you clearly see the benefit. Even the solid version, which has client-side routing with it too, you actually see the same sort of benefit. This is what you kind of like are thinking maybe like with the server components. I think what's interesting is at the beginning of the stream, I was sitting here and I was like, how do I explain the importance of server components, right? Yeah, I was already trying a page that had 1,500 comments and it was dying on us. So I like the number of comments isn't like we can't. The reason I was doing the 300 comment page is because the my standard page was like timing out certain solutions. Right, but the thing is like, yeah, okay. So let's go to the next stage here. Let's bring back Excalidraw and talk some stuff again. I think we're done playing with Next right now, and we're done. I don't think we're gonna see another one. Yeah, Pagespeed Insight is just not working for us today. So let's get back to our Excalidraw fun and talk a bit about this statement, because people are still kind of thinking, okay, yeah, static sites. You could make that argument, but let's talk a bit about optimization and nested routing. Right now, there's a comment earlier about context, and people are like, blah 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 context. The reason context is an issue here is that pretend, is everyone here familiar with nested routing, right? That's like when you have like I'm going to change some stuff here. I don't want a background, I want it transparent. And I don't want rounded corners, I want edges. Okay. It's like when you have a layout that's kind of like, you know, let's see the best way to do that. I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to give it a different color. This one's going to be this. And then we're going to do this, okay? Here's my typical silly nested router look. And what I'm getting at is like you have 3 levels, essentially. This is like your nav sidebar, this is your page, and then this is like some maybe tabbable content that swaps. And the thing is, in the solid version right now, we're literally like the whole thing with the nested routing is like if you have some tabs here, you know, I can add a tab bar right here, and this tab bar can help us switch from tab A and tab B, okay? I'm just like, excuse my terrible drawing, but we got tab A. Oh, it's just like the font's just whatever. Oh, now it won't resize back up. Doesn't matter. Okay, tab A and tab B, okay? We swap between these two, right? And then it just swaps this green section. In solid start right now, we're literally redrawing the whole page and then just sending this in. So we're refetching all the data and everything works. Context works. That's right now. But if you wanted to only render this, there's a little problem. I mean, you could be like, okay, that's fine. But then what if there's some kind of data? Like what if this outer page here has a context, right? And then you render it all on the server and you don't serialize the data across because you don't need it. You only need to serialize like the islands data, like the stuff that you actually pass into the interactive components. That data is gone now. It didn't even make it like maybe it made it to the client because you needed to, you know, it's in the code or whatever to proceed the store. But now you update, you click around, you play around, and you update data in the store. Now the data in the store is in a different state. When you go into this tab and go to re-render this on the server, it does not have the data in the context up here, like that's updated on the client. You'd have to send the context back with the request for this to actually know, like, be able to read from it. This is kind of the root of the context problem. Because like if you want to just only render this, and even if you want to render the whole page, there's still this awkwardness of the fact that the context could have changed in the client. So like the thing is, if you embrace this thinking completely and assume that this is going to be independent, each one of these is going to be independent, it has an interesting side effect. Because now, sure, you can just render this independently, but more so, when the original request comes in theory, you can render all of these independently. So you could actually parallelize not just the data fetching, but actually the rendering of the whole tree, because there's no concern about context. Now, in Solid, this router, we actually pass the data through to the next nested layer. So like while it's not blocking and we can let you just do it all, we also give you, we do call the data functions from top to bottom. So you could make a dependency between the different layers. Like you could be like, oh, wait on the fetching of the first set of data, like get me the user on this part to actually fetch the user details. You can make that link even though it's non-blocking. Like if you don't make the link, it just fetches them all in parallel. You can actually like chain the promises. But if you are saying like, I'm going to parallelize all these fetches, you can't actually chain the promises like that. You actually have to be like, no, actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to say that if this needs user and this needs user, they both need to fetch it. Of course, you don't want to fetch the user twice, right? You don't want to, like, if this needs user and this needs user, you don't want to fetch it twice. So you need to have a shared cache so that even if they're parallelized fetching, this will start running first, get to something async, and then like let another process take over, like this one, and continue rendering. When this one hits it and goes fetch user, it should be like, oh no, this one's already fetching user. So how do you do that? Well, one way you can do that is patch global fetch, right? I'm hoping this makes sense to why they did the API approach that they did. It's because they can't share it. So I mean, to be fair, we've been doing this kind of caching in like React Query for ages on the client side. But this is essentially the reason for this. They need like while it's in flight. So like if it fetches by itself, there's nothing in the cache there. It'll grab the user and do it. But if it's fetching them both in parallel, it'll be able to reuse the same fetch for both of them. That's why they did it. But so that's a good optimization. And this is an important optimization. The second level of optimization that I want to talk about that I don't believe they're doing right now, and we haven't talked, but I want to kind of bring into people's, this is probably not a great idea. I when I talked to them, they said it was the best of many not great ideas. Like they had like 5 options and they debated them for a while, and they were just like, that seems like the least bad. I've talked to people who work on browser type infrastructure and standards, people like Luca from Dino and stuff, and they have much different opinion of what the least worst option should be. But it's and I'm sure anyone who working on Bun would have the similar opinion. You know what I mean? Like this is it's there's other ways, but in terms of ease in delivering the package, I get where you end up there. But now let's put our client islands in here somewhere. Like let's put some client islands in here. I'm just arbitrarily throwing some client islands in here. Okay. Now, what I wanted to kind of point out is, on initial render, you do need to render all of these because you want to show the whole page. And when you go to a new navigation, like a new one of these, you're going to want to render these as well, because you, again, want the page to show up and not like do some weird thing where you need the JavaScript to render it and stuff. Like you want to like server render it all. However, there's a difference in semantics between what I'd consider like navigation and reload semantics. And I think this is an important mechanical piece, because like if you're on a page and doing that search bar or whatever, and you're actually reloading, perhaps like in that case it's not great because we replace everything. But there's other things with like data mutation, like you're updating some data field on like a user, like this is a user panel, and you're updating a name, and it's a client component, and you show the name out here. So you want to like, I don't know the exact reason, but let's say you want to like refresh the data rather than replace it. This is the one thing that like an inner HTML doesn't solve. You actually need the diff it if you actually want to like do the swap, because if you just did a inner HTML, you'd lose all this. Even if you had a smart way of doing an inner HTML where you just diff the islands and looked for them, you actually want, like, there's so much state. There is potential still for browser state out here that you want to preserve. Okay, so this is why you have a diff. But what's interesting in that world is when you diff it like that, when you hit a client component that you've already seen before, you don't replace it, right? Because you want to preserve the state in this component. So if you think about it, in this scenario of refreshing this green panel and getting the same client components back, you don't need to render those client components on the server again, right? Because you're going to throw it away anyways. You're going to use the client component that's there. What you do need is the new props coming in, because the server might change the props, so the client component might change, but you don't need to, you want to keep the state of it. So you might not need to actually render it on the server. So what's interesting about this, and the reason I'm bringing this out, is in theory, on a refresh type operation, you actually render the HTML on the outside and then only the JSON for this. And I think that's kind of an interesting like thought. Sorry, quick question came in here. How do you promise to wait on each other with the nested routes? They don't in the next version because they've decoupled it. You have to literally just fetch them all independently and then like use a cache so that they share the same request. So if it's already in the cache on the nested route, then you're fine and you can just chain it the way you want to, but you have to make the fetch again yourself. Okay, so here's an interesting thought experiment for people who are worried about the scalability of this, because obviously this benefits mostly static pages and you got less JavaScript and all that. But what happens if you do this? I just want to throw this out there for people. What happens if we do this? What happens if the client component basically is this whole section of the route. This is just an extreme example, but I wanted to show this because I want people starting to think about this kind of scenario. Now, in theory, if you did a mutation here and told it to go back to the server, kind of the same way you would, like on the remixy kind of style or whatever, like when you do a mutation in this zone, what is this green server component section returning? Well, there's no markup because it's literally on the client component. If we had that optimization, then on refresh, we don't need to re-render the client component. In fact, all it would need to do is serialize the JSON props to come in. And the reason I want to show this and emphasize this is because in theory, in this scenario, all you're shipping is a JSON API. We've actually scaled our RSCs back up to a single page app. Does that make sense? Because you don't need to render this on the server or send it. And if you're just swapping this out and this already exists, literally the operation is like, here's the new props. No, I was hoping this would make sense. I've just been thinking about this a lot because there is the ability with this approach to use as much interactivity or as little as you want. And what I wanted to show here is if this section just becomes the most interactive, crazy spa-like thing, you can still basically scale it to a JSON API. Yeah, it is a bit, but the key difference here, and we brought up the Astro example at the beginning, where someone's like, oh, it's like putting an Astro app in your thing. It is a bit, except when you consider that the whole thing works like a client side, like preserve state like a client and does all this sort of stuff. Like I already mentioned when, we use like solid movies here, you're going to have a hard time telling that this isn't a single page app. Like I chose a loading indicator that looks like the browser, but like that's not what's going on here. It feels like it. You could have animation. You could do all the single page app type stuff. So what I'm saying is like, if you could optimize the parallelization so that they're not overworking, like they're not getting blocked, and scale up the JavaScript to where you need it, so that maybe you're only like, it doesn't have to take the whole thing. Maybe you have indicated, cached static HTML parts in here or something. But essentially, if you can scale it up to that point where for certain things you actually only need to render the JS as part of this thing, your experience scales from no JavaScript to all the JavaScript seamlessly. It doesn't feel like going from a MPA to an SPA. It actually feels like the whole thing is an SPA, except it's not. You don't suffer the performance. It is a bit like a React SPA, but what I say define a SPA is the routing. And that routing aspect is the whole app. This is why when I drew that diagram here, I felt like it really does have the potential to cover most of this range if implemented efficiently. We just need new patterns around caching that aren't based on JSON caching, but are based on view caching, like this. I mean, it takes a different kind of mindset to understand here, but this is how you get your MPA performance and your SPA performance, and like in a way that if again, there's big ifs into pulling off the developer experience, figuring out the right primitives, doing all that, but in a way that like doesn't sacrifice it in necessarily in that really awkward sense of like, we need all the JavaScript on the client. Like you can in parts, but you don't need it. Well, I don't think. I mean, it could. I did the mental exercise whether it could cover the whole spectrum. The for me, there's a DX concern when we get into here that I haven't quite solved, but it might be solvable. Well, it's funny you mentioned Vue because Vue has stuff like Keep Alive and stuff. That kind of mentality you're starting to see show up in React RFCs. They're now thinking about this. It's funny because everyone's like, oh, what about off screen? You know, I was talking to someone the other day about it, and I'm like, yeah, off screen. I'm like, Vue has been doing this kind of stuff for a while now. So yeah, it is interesting to me. I just wanted to kind of point out that I think that there's problems to solve. Like context in this model is kind of a nightmare. But you see if you can figure out a way to solve context. I mean, it might involve a little bit more of back and forth data communication. Maybe that's why React's serializing more stuff than they should. Maybe there's a right balance to find. But essentially, if you can figure out those elements, this model has legs, is really what I wanted to say. Because I feel like even like when we were looking at our diagram here and we were talking about going from this to this isn't like what you want, going from small pieces to big pieces. What you want is just to have the appropriately sized pieces where you need them and have it feel seamless. And to be fair, going from this to this can do that as well, but does it let you author in a way that empowers you to do so? So that's what I'm exploring. And for me, this has largely been an element of DX and UX consideration, and I wanted to just kind of point this out because I don't know if this is as well understood. I don't know if people are talking about this aspect of the server component model and potential optimizations and like what this looks like. Because today everyone's like, oh, it's like, most people are like, what is this? I don't know what this is. The people who do go is like, oh, so it's kind of like islands. I'm pretty sure the long game here is that shot at having something that covers the whole spectrum. All right. I think I'm good on this topic. Just a second. All right. We should probably start talking this week in JavaScript. I'm sorry that part went long, but yeah, is Twitch still alive? Yeah, Twitch is still alive. Got a couple subs in there. Thank you very much, Jeffrey Hicks, subscribed to tier 1, and Taternator also with a Prime sub. Sorry for not keeping up on that, but yeah, it's heavy topic. I keep chat engaged. I can only kind of get one thing going. I don't know. Anyone have any questions about this? I feel like I've been spieling a whole bunch. What's this? Props, like get server side props. I lost context of that. Yeah. Next 13 is interesting, but I think the ideas behind it are even bigger than the implementation itself. Any words on running 2 apps versus running an app twice? Huh. Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting, because you're kind of going back here, right? Because what you notice is 2 apps running an app twice. What's interesting about this model is you run less of the app twice. You could argue that with resumability, that last little bit of running twice you can minimize from a startup, right? That's kind of like the progression from my perspective. I do think it's interesting though, is that when the boundaries here are very clear, like I showed here with the brown versus blue, that when you have that kind of clarity, it's interesting because like, look at this. This is still writing two apps. Is this writing two apps? Like, is there a reason? I think about React server components. Like, sure, we did use client and it kind of felt similar, but like all the patterns, like you don't use hooks and all this stuff, like it's like a different framework wrapping React. So like maybe like Astro, even if you look at that with the islands, like there's Astro wrapping your React components. Like we might be kind of back because like here we wanted it all to be the same, and then we're like, ew, that's not a good mentality. So then we come here and we're like, okay, let's keep most of the stuff maybe only on the server and do this. We're back to writing two apps again, someone might argue, right? But I think the key difference here and where this fell apart is that these two apps don't do the ERB NG4 issue. Like, instead of having I can't draw it here, unfortunately, but like with this one, the JavaScript app is probably smaller than the Rails app, so you'd have like this, or even maybe something that looked like this sitting on your Rails. The difference here is that the hole, like the brown app has holes where the blue pieces fit in. Like they don't actually like overlap. Which means that they fit across the boundary. You don't have, like, we used to avoid overlap in the Rails days by like just going, okay, client handle it. But this actually now is like it's not server and client, it's server and isomorphic. Like, don't get me wrong, when I see this, I start thinking here, I'm like, okay, if Rails is really if Rust is really fast on the back end, can I take this mentality and have this Rust and have this be isomorphic JavaScript or whatever? Like, because the reason I'm thinking this way is because for this model to work, the blue parts have to run on both sides. That was the flaw here. The reason we have two apps is because, like, they actually handle the same responsibilities. They can't delegate. If we can actually have no overlap here, a lot of that pain goes away. Enough that I could even argue that server components could be written in a different language, as long as you could do the JavaScript components, like the client components, or it's not client, they're isomorphic components, as a full piece. I don't know how to pull that off. If anyone has ideas, I'm more than open. Yeah. I mean, this is sort of what I was getting at. Yeah, but I'm saying there's actually a difference between this and the jQuery. Even web components fall more on this side than this side. The key is the back end here needs to have holes in it that the JavaScript fits in, that runs on the server and the client. You need both sides. It's got to be, it can't be, as I said, it's not about server and client, it's about server and isomorphic. Right? There's an interesting question there, right? Because you could also say, like, wouldn't it be great if you could just pretend it was like this blue thing and then end up like this? But that might have limitations to what you can optimize, at least without a super smart compiler. Right, but like, this is what I was trying to say, because I don't know if this is actually a good thing. Because this is where I've been, like, this is where the question of for the future kind of sits in here, because like don't get me wrong, Solid Start does this as well. Like, we have like server functions and make that feel more seamless. Like that's in a sense that's the single page app mentality. But even Quick recognizes that they actually want to server render the pages. And at that point, I think there's a tension between going like, hey, is that isomorphic experience actually the right experience? Especially if most of this is brown, like you can optimize for it. Like it's tricky, to say the least. If you're gonna end up like all blue here in the end, then yeah, definitely. But if you're not gonna end up all blue, which is kind of like what we talked about all day today, you start asking if it would be better if you could actually separate it and optimize the brown part to be even better than what you could automate. I mean, there's so many options here, micro front ends. Like, I think micro front ends. I mean, you could handle this problem at multiple layers, from all the way from the bundler to the package manager to micro front ends. When you get to the need for micro front ends, I don't think there's a great or better option. I think that's kind of where you are at. The hope is that you can find other ways to mitigate it beforehand. So we need a reactive system shared on the front and back end. And if we isolate the interactive components, then we can write server components in any language. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the server doesn't even need a reactive system. Not really. I mean, that part, like, so the isomorphic side, it does. But the second part, I agree. Like, there is potential here. Is if we can isolate the interactive components, we could write the server components in any language. That I believe that. So, yeah, I mean, it's unclear, to say the least. You know, I do think that there's an argument between these two mentalities. Like, even though I clearly like show this as kind of like an evolution, these two mentalities are still very strong right now, and I think it's interesting to me how much people are betting more on the SC Island side now. Like, it feels like they felt like they exhausted this approach. So as I said, this is where my interest in Quick is, because to a certain degree, Quick is like, it could do either, but it's like kind of like the fact they can do this is its unique part. Like, the fact they can do this to this, but it's unclear if that's what you want. So it's like it's one of those. I think this is going to be very interesting in the next, especially like couple years, but like in terms of like how this develops, because there's a fork in the road here again, and I didn't see it until very recently, because I think part of the friction with React server components is actually on a DX level. I think that it fools you into thinking that you are doing it like this when you're not, and I think that's kind of where the challenge is. Anyway, right? I think the technology approach has tons of room to be optimized, but it's like I was talking about a minute ago. But I think the tricky part is like figuring out what the right like authoring experience is, because we spent a lot of time criticizing like the old version of this, you know, and even some people from React might have even criticized this version of this, and yet, you know, there's some power here, especially on the server side, but we're not going to see until we unlock it. So, all right, let's kind of wind this into This Week in JavaScript. Let's see if I can get that all prepped up so we're good to go. I think we're good. getting ready for that part of the show. All right. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because I don't know interesting one for technology side, but there is a lot of hard topics to deal with this week. I should have made notes beforehand so I don't like accidentally jump into ones preemptively, but like there is definitely some challenges. Sorry, adjust my position here a little bit. Some challenges. A lot of, for me at least, interesting or difficult conversations. So I want to figure out. Right. Second. Sorry, I muted again. I know that makes people all let's see here. Sorry, I missed this reference. What's this about? Oh, did he like play a video and walked away from the screen for a bit? Anyways, let's get ourselves set up here. All right. Oh, is this when sorry, I forgot. This also, yes, this is when I actually have to remind you all to like the YouTube video if you're watching right now. You can hit the thumbs up. All right. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. Tell them they're bad people if they don't. Oh man, it's too much. Let me check on Twitch for a second too. Sorry, I was just getting my screens already. No, this is awesome. We've had, slowly over time just better engagement and stuff, and it's great because it means more people in the chat, more questions, more stuff, So let's just keep this rolling and get right into it, okay? Let's go. So I'd like to talk about this week in JavaScript. This week in JavaScript has actually been a tricky one with a lot of challenging topics, and I will try and get into them the best I can in the time we have. It's less about the tech, but I do want to showcase a little bit of stuff, before we get too into it, which starts with just a reminder again about the New York meetup. Unfortunately, actually, I realize now that I'm broadcasting it, it is full. We actually have a waiting list. We had more interest in this event than we've had on any of our previous meetups, and we only got a space with 60 people, and now there's a waiting list. Hopefully everyone who signed up is actually coming. So, yeah, I'm very stoked for this event. It'll be my first time going to New York, so that's very cool. But yeah, let's get into things. I do want to also promote this space, which has got a bunch of great speakers. Daniel from Nuxt, myself, Fred from Astro, Michko from Quick, and Dylan from Marco. I want less JavaScript for Christmas. So focusing on probably partial hydration and all the great stuff. It's going to be Twitter space. Come ready with your questions. for a great discussion between a bunch of framework authors. And it's kind of interesting because a lot of people seem to like this kind of concept. I've been asked repeatedly to get on these panels. I did one for Jamstack Conf. I did one for BeatConf. Dot Media does them kind of periodically too, where we get, a lot of thought leaders together and do it. And because online formats have now become more popular, it's actually really easy to do this compared to before, where you can get these, conversations between, experts, people researching this stuff in real time and seeing, how things are progressing, like conversations that might have never happened before, like thoughts that only happened this last week, and see how that progresses. And I mean, the excitement around this event couldn't be any bigger. It's funny. First thing I get is JS equals Cole. But, like people just talking about getting the people together, just like a lot of real positivity and people just being like, great panel, let's go, just excitement for being able to see this kind of conversation possible. But I want to point it out here, and I wasn't the only one to point it out here. Do you see something in common about this panel? If only Rich was there. Yeah. I don't know if Kevin, was it Kevin? Yeah. Kelvin reached out. But we are where we are. No React. Yeah, this is part of where the perception is, even because server components I think fit into this thing. But if you noticed, all of these people have been very buddy getting on panels, talking with each other, cross promoting all this stuff, and it is definitely a consideration. There could be some more people to make this kind of event interesting, but I'm trying to get it. Look at the people you just suggested who weren't there. Rich Harris as well. Who should we get from React to talk? Any ideas who we should get from React to talk at this event? Or who? Remix, kind of, yeah, maybe. We get Ryan Florence or whatever. Or Michael or Chance or, get Josh Larson. Okay. This is a good event and I want to go to it, and I'm speaking at it, but I want to point something out here that I've had to deal with, and I think it's an important topic. Have you noticed that every single person we've looked at or talked about is a white male? And this has been a challenge because people want to see this kind of content, put it together, and there is a real concern about this. Often, as a speaker, it's actually one of those things that's kind of hard to navigate. And I want to talk about this because, there's a decent amount of concern here that's real. I'm talking about, big names, and it's real. Fred was talking about this too, because you sign up for an event, and you're like, and most of the time with events, you don't know the lineup and stuff, and you're just kind of like, okay, I'm going to go with it. You don't know what's going to happen, and then you find out that, representation is not that great. Sometimes you sign up for an event, and I don't feel like you can plead ignorance, and this is one of the challenges, because if someone picks a topic, exactly who's going to be invited. And this is something I've been kind of struggling with and trying to figure out how to approach it. Because I started thinking about all the panels that I've been on the last year. And, this is not an uncommon event. I think what was really cool, actually, was that the Jamstack Conf one actually tried to diversify a bit. We had, and I hate to do this to Jessica, but we had a female speaker for Angular team, the host, Sarah, tried to try to keep the conversation, have that panel not just be another one of these sort of things. But like, it's funny when we posted up the Jamstack panel, Zach did from 11D. Someone pointed out that everyone was white in that one. That we didn't do too good on the pigmentation angle, and they're absolutely right. There is I mean, you can look at numbers. I mean, if you're watching the stream, I think only 1.6% of you are female, according to YouTube. Just under 2%. This is a pretty difficult topic to navigate, right? Because I mean, as Ali pointed out, I'm sure there's an overlap of speakers, right? It's kind of pointing out that like this was actually after a different conference or a release event here, Serverless is Ready, launched, and they had an all-male lineup. This is a little different than an expert panel for a number of reasons, because, well, there is like, there's maybe more variety on the type of conversation you want to have. And there's plenty of people who would be suitable for the topics for serverless, great champions in this area. So like, that was definitely kind of an oversight blunder. My understanding on this event, because I was also invited to this event, was that they reached out to some people they knew, reached out to companies that were part of it to celebrate the release event, and then this is just the lineup they ended up with, and they didn't really give it too much thought, and then it kind of blew up on social, which is awkward because as a speaker you look at it and you're like, yep, this could have been different. And this is a reasonable response. But the thing is, this response doesn't lead to the situation improving. It just, we end up propagating the same. And don't get me wrong, it's tricky because there is a balance here. You can look at the history of, like, if a panel is going to be all the framework authors and that's the angle, then like, what are you going to do about it? What you can do is look at the promoter's history and look at the different types of panels they've done over time. You can put a panel as part of a larger event that has, more balance on diversity, more representation. Right. So I'm just speaking from a speaker's perspective. I'm not a host. I'm not putting this stuff on. It's just, I get these invites all the time, and you start like reflecting on it. And I think Fred had one. He's like, I'm adding a requirement for speaker opportunities I accept going forward, online and in person, inspired by 65 speaker rider. For conference organizers, you should already be seeing diversity of your lineup when you select your speakers. To paraphrase, even if you don't care, it's okay. Consider an act of self-preservation. But I like this. I don't know if this advice applies to every online event. To simply suggest a rule of thumb: if you call your event a conference, it's probably big enough to diversity in your speaker lineup. And he's saying, the way I'm talking about this is the last two events I've been invited to ended up with all male lineups, and actually all white male, to be specific. I'm glad no one made like this is going to be a white Christmas joke or whatever. But yeah, it definitely both received blowback and were caught off guard. And one event was canceled about it. Yeah, and I didn't talk about it. Serverless Conf was actually canceled. There was there was way more than I'm going to show on stream right now in terms of blowback on this. This one kind of got big, and I had even people reach out to me personally about it being sketchy. And the thing is, like, having known the promoters, they literally just picked like half a dozen people and organizations that made sense for their product launch, and were like, let's have it speak on that. There were people like, oh, how you didn't do a call for papers on this. It wasn't a conference in a real sense. They called it a conference, but it was a launch event. It did not have like the typical process. It was not a typical conference. It was literally to launch their product. But it was enough that people felt uncomfortable speaking. You know, it was awkward, and and I think reasonably so. So like, they canceled it, but they did something interesting. They didn't actually tell anyone they canceled it. I think they didn't want. It's kind of an interesting stance. I don't know what to think about this at all on that side, but they didn't. They canceled it because they agreed that they should have had more diversity in their lineup, and they wanted and they changed it to a video series where they're going to have the talks going to spread out over time, and then that's the idea, and then they're going to like bring in more diverse speakers. But they also didn't publicly announce it because they didn't want to give the people who called them out any sort of satisfaction. It was kind of interesting, and in that, like, I don't have examples here, but once I actually, at first I thought that was kind of like, you know, is that cool? Like, you should actually, you know, maybe you should just like say like, hey, you know, our bad, it wasn't intentional. Let's kind of, you know, move on from this. But then I watched the people who complained about it get more and more angry and bitter about it, even though they weren't involved and never were going to be weren't participating, weren't all that. And it opened a really, like, it did definitely open my eyes to like kind of a both sides of the story thing, because it was kind of like they said their piece, but they were like very angry about this event, and maybe which they did manage to cancel. So like it is. So like it is a tricky topic. I just wanted to bring this up because like it's something that I think we're starting to give more thought to. It's unfortunate because in one sense, because I do think this will impact certain things from happening, but I think that's okay. I think it's probably more important that we find how to have different conversations as well that make, like, you're never going to have the diversity we want if we don't inspire people to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, something has to change. Things are way too off balance. So even at the cost of you know what's established, I think we have to think more on this. It's definitely a tricky topic. I don't know that any satisfaction came out of serverless conference being canceled, honestly. I think there was a conversation where if I like get into the weeds on this one, sorry, where is it here? Like if I get into the weeds on this conversation here about that, is like, as a very frequent speaker, I turn down an event a month due to lack of diversity. It's a problem, but one thing I think is important to make visible enough, I need to make a spotlight be shared. Sure. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky to find a balance because, as I mentioned, certain types of conversations can only happen right now because of the way, like, of a reflection of the way things are today. So I don't know. I don't know what else to put on this, but it's definitely something that both has come up from a community building standpoint, and it definitely something that has weighed on me as a speaker. Chicken problems over decades. You need the representation to increase representation, which means that it's up to those who control the representation comps to start that. Yeah, completely. Did they cancel a comp because of Twitter? Yeah. Yeah, no, the mostly the people who made the outcry got their way. They just didn't give them the satisfaction of telling them that. So, yeah, I don't know. It was an interesting. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm getting at. This has been something that I've been trying to look at, and we've been trying this, but it's like, especially been hard to solid being kind of like an experts community. That like this comes very very slow, and it's a difficult topic to broach, because you want to like lift up everyone. But yeah, this is one of the things that I think the problem though is like conversations like the one that they like the expert panel they want to have here. In There's a reason these people are on the guest list. Like it goes, you know what I mean? Like it's there's a tricky balance. Yeah, I mean I mean, in a sense, ideally this should be the case, but we can't actually. We can't. We can't actually get there unless we do something about it. Leaving alone doesn't get us there. What's the bottleneck on diversity in tech expert beginner? Every level, like, but yeah, I mean, it does like you the people you look up to, the heroes, they have to, if they think like you, look like you know, if you have, it will help pull in new beginners. There's this self-propagating thing and general like biases that are present. So it's very difficult. It is very difficult. Yeah, I mean, these kind of stories. There's all like, it's important not to discredit the person either. You know, like there people of incredible ability. It's the problem is you actually have to like get the ball rolling if you want to promote an environment where this can what's like grow organically, which is weird. That's like not organic, but we have to like, you gotta kind of like push it along. Anyway, I wanted to bring this up because I actually I do hope people turn out this event. I think it's great. I think it's good. I think this is a great conversation to be had. I'm very, I think we need to be cognizant of this topic, and that's why I brought it up today. What else we got here? Big one. Jason, full time, learn with Jason. He's left Netlify to actually make the show real. You know, like I mean, he was already real. He's already incredibly successful with it, but now it is like it's his thing. So, I mean, it's always been his thing, but you know what I mean. Like he's taking this all the way, and I think that like this is super exciting. I don't know if I want to say too much about this right now. I think we've successfully. Tanner's waving the white flag here. I'll have more updates on this in the future. I mean, there was some good news. People, the work that Milo did on reactivity we talked about last week actually improved Maverick JS. They actually used that benchmark to make significant improvements. I'm really excited. The reactivity space has been heating up, like the signal space, a lot recently. Um, I don't know if you all saw this, but I've been talking about how Angular team has been looking at adopting signals. And like essentially this is a great article for people who are into RxJS and they're like they just don't get how the reactivity is different. Like mostly Angular folk, but like this really sells the power of our unique brand of reactivity. So as I said, this we're going to like a you can feel it. I think Powell from the Angular team said a while ago, he was like, it's like signals are the new VDOM. Like this is it's a very energetic area of research and improvement right now. Across the board from, Angular, from the state libraries that are kind of working on stuff, even Tanner Lindsley. This is if you read between the lines here, this and follow this great thread. I actually enjoyed this conversation with Sebastian Lohr. We were talking about what you can do without a virtual DOM, and if you ever want to understand that, like because we started talking about concurrent rendering, off screen, a whole bunch of stuff, and just explaining that like he didn't know about view keep alive, like just explaining how these models can work without a virtual DOM and that there's more options out there. I think this was a great kind of thing to kind of like have a conversation with a very React centric developer and kind of help them understand the what lives beyond React. So like, yeah, I'm seeing these things now. Like this has been a very, very cool development in terms of excitement around signals. So I almost said sniggles, Oren. Anyway, yeah, we're seeing this. It's funny for me because I've spent so long in this zone that I'm seeing not as many new ideas as it is for other people, but right now it's like that mind-blowing moment, like when people are just like realizing that a revolution is happening, and that can be kind of a tricky thing to even identify at first. It was funny because I'm glad Devin changed his name back. He changed his picture to a picture of toast, saying the guy Ryan roasted, and essentially he was saying, I think Quick is more important than Solid Remix. Solid's a better React, and Remix is perfected SSR, maximally useful initial HTML. I obviously don't agree with this take completely, and was especially triggered by Solid is a better React. I have to admit I went a little bit too hard on him because this is related to the signals thing. I was like trying to explain that signals are the thing that like. And not just like signals to state management, but like changing the way we render, change the way we view components, change the way we update. Like I kind of go off on a bit of a rant. Any similarities to React is a testimony of how effective the approach is that particular goal and not indicative of the potential of it. Everything has to be done and thought out completely differently. I guess I sort of got off my chest a lot of stuff talking about how signals of fine-grained reactivity inspired the partial hydration efforts that are happening with Marco, like the subcomponent of the reservability. Talking about how Preact and Quick have been adopting elements of this to go beyond even the virtual DOM as we know it today. That this is part of a bigger change. you know, at some point later on, I actually explained that like I also think Better React is a diss to React team a bit because like they're not interested in this. They don't see Solid as a better React. So it's like it's very like it, someone did kind of laugh at me and pointed out that only Ryan would be offended by someone calling his library a better React, and that's probably true. But yeah, someone's asking, okay, yeah, because I like playing with this whole I didn't invent signals. You notice that it's here, and it's also came up, sorry, on here, I didn't invent signals. It's literally my name here, like my description. There was actually an interesting discussion in here where someone was trying to find the etymology of signals, if I'm right. Maybe, yeah. I've been using signals since Rob Penner popularized them in Flash AC3, but they started with Qt. I thought you invented reactive programming. I love yeah. No, the truth of the matter is my inspiration came from Elm and SJS. The signals that are in AS3 were different. I think if you follow this thread down, everyone agrees that they weren't actually the same. Give credit Qt signal. Like signals in this sense are a little bit different than the sense we use them. I end up using the same word, but it's not actually quite the same mechanism. It is based on subscription models, but it isn't. The way we talk about signals and fine-grained, it has to do with more of a graph data propagation model. So right, where like where we talk about like solving the diamond problem and like that side. I ended up, I don't know if signal is the right name for them, but like I don't actually have it going back to that side of things. But it's interesting that like there's something similar that lives in that zone. So I was not the first person to call these signals. I think there's like academic works. Like this is actually the way React graphs work is a lot like digital logic circuits. Like it is like what's the term? Yeah, like essentially like synchronous. It's like when people program those FMPGAs and like VHDL, like hardware descriptive languages, where you have like a system where everything like runs at the same time. Like it's not like imperative. Like you wire everything and everything is like in the same state. It's not like this, then this, and this. It's like this is the state of it, then it changes to this state. It's that sort of mentality, programming, theoretical stuff that where signals came from. This kind of idea of like kind of like a synchronous reactive programming. Some people will talk about behaviors in the original FRP description, which is probably pretty accurate. But yeah. So yeah, I did not come up with signals. I like reminding people that it's kind of like a funny joke now because people just who probably invented signals, you know, like whatever. It's fun. Okay, so where was I? Yes. Okay, and actually this leads me into the next little topic here because the other thing that's been going on like crazy is the freaking was it GPT chatbot thing. Everybody's been playing with it this week, right? Made signals grid again. Sorry, I need to just give this a and this is actually kind of related to that. Our old buddy Parasocial here has took that thread where I was a little bit aggressive and kind of got my mind off in terms of React, Solid not being better React. GPT actually wrote it into a very convincing little, summarized, more clear than I wrote it article here, right? Like it's funny because if you actually scroll up, it has more engagement than like the original tweet or any of the stuff there. I mean, I don't know. I should just get GPT to write my marketing material from now on. Sol is not just like this. This just reads better than what I wrote. Like it has everything from what I wrote, but it actually explains everything concisely that fits in 3 tweets. So, yeah, I mean, essentially, this kind of stuff is nuts from my perspective. Like, look, so like, yeah, 5 times the engagement, and actually, um, he actually took the subtitles from one of my streams and fed it through in, and then actually wrote a whole. Here we go. Here's the this is suspense as 45 minutes of subtitles from one of my streams into an article about suspense. Suspense is a concept in software design that allows the inversion and control over loading states. It's traditionally designed patterns so the loading state and other related information will be held and controlled by the parent or container component. With suspense, this control is inverted, allowing the parent component to hold the cards and determine how to show the loading state. This concept, the main benefits. First, like, this is great. You know, someone actually, again, got GPT to write a whole article on Solid. I saw these a couple years ago, and then the newer versions of these AI based articles are like miles above like what was there before. I don't know like how good this article actually is, but it was just kind of interesting to see this kind of progression of this, because I was commenting I just needed this as like my editor for my marketing. So like this is really quite cool in a sense. Yeah, or any of those like low kind of effort like summarizations, like maybe they're just going to use AI to do them from now on. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Can we tell if they're right the best framework for it? Well, here's the thing. People also shared with me, I didn't share this, like people trying to convert Solid to, or React code to Solid. It didn't really work for them. I've actually been talking to a company that's been working on AI to do code mods and seeing if like we could do that. So like maybe there's a direction we can look here in the future, but right now it just doesn't have the knowledge. But you know, I know that's not what you were asking, but that seems at least more feasible. Yeah, but that's not the problem, right? That's what people kept saying to me, and I'm like, no. But I just want a better editor. I write a bunch of stuff. I spend hours and hours on stream. You could just like summarize all my streams into multiple articles. Like I don't mind providing the content. I just need an editor. You know, the challenge is like it's not always right, right? All right. I think there's only one more topic I want to talk about today. Unfortunately, I'd rather leave on like a happy note, like this, which is pretty good. But it's funny, those serverless SST guys have been just having such a hard time recently, and between their conference and like just weird social drama and stuff, you know. But I don't know if you. I need to talk about this topic because I have to. Next isn't really OSS. It only runs on infrastructure with internal code to host it. Otherwise, this wouldn't exist. That's fine. Remix start closed source. Just something considered. Do you want to own your infra? Do you want your framework to? Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those kind of unfortunate scenarios because, again, this is a product that they've been launching. You know, like this is not what I think my understanding of this project is it's trying to take like the build API from Vercel and make it just work on AWS without using Vercel. And like, yeah, I mean, there's people incentivized to make comments like this, I suppose. But like every comment has like maybe a hint of truth in it. Like, I see the angle that this is coming from. I'm ignoring that. I like Matt Cain clarification, because if for you who don't know, Matt Cain is the guy, one of the main people responsible for framework integrations at Netlify. So like whenever Next 13 comes out and there's a bunch of new features, he's the guy who's like reverse engineering and figuring out how to get on the Netlify platform. Yeah. Maybe, but not necessarily. We'll talk about that in a second. There's a little bit of a difference here, right? People are confused by the fact they can self-host Next as a Node app, but it's not the same thing. Kudos to the Next core team for mostly making features that work self-hosted, but it's a completely different architecture from Next app deployed to Vercel or Netlify. He snuck it in because literally Netlify does spend the time to get the Vercel equivalents and features and make sure that like they can support all the middleware and all of that kind of stuff. The edge stuff. Yeah, well, because we're moving into a zone now where this infrastructure stuff starts mattering more. Like, and edge and caching and CDNs. I mean, it started really with ISG, if you think about it, or ISR or whatever, or DSG or whatever the hell you want to call it. Like everyone, like Gatsby's hosting has it, Netlify has it, Vercel has it. Like that's where it kind of started. But it's not like something you can just like pick up as you're like, hey, I'm going to host my thing on AWS. Right? So like, this is kind of like one of those things where like it's challenging, right? Okay, not exactly. Most Next apps run on their own infrastructure, including companies like Amazon.com. In 12.1, we help make Dockers smaller. Yeah, but sure, but like furthermore, we transfer the Next output into build versus the open source. Yes, exactly. I think there's like a confusion here. Like I am a big fan of the build output API. Huge fan of the output API. I think this is like the right kind of thing to make Vercel accessible. I think sometimes Vercel has a hard time separating Next from Vercel, which makes sense. But yeah, like this. But if you follow this here, this is one of the SST guys. The build output is helpful, but it's not enough to get things working as well when Vercel deploys to AWS internally. We didn't want to create OpenNext, but there were just too many attempts at our community to do something like this on their own. Had a chat with someone who works at competing hosts the other day. Most of the jobs to make these OS frameworks special sauce when hosting the Anthony rep right here. About to start a job hosting platform and a decent amount of this kind of work. Solid start 11.8 Netlify Next. Vercel, I'll be particularly curious to see how hosting and storage shape for these ones. One thing I want to point out, I don't know if there's anything special on the 11T side, but I doubt it. But like Solid Start has no special Netlify thing, at least currently. We're looking at how to make things better on each platform. I'd say I've saved, just because of the history and stuff, we actually have more with Cloudflare than probably any of the others right now, just where we were at. But like, it's interesting because almost most of the frameworks actually have an agnostic core that runs on all of them, right? Right. Does 11D serverless run on everything? Like, I don't know about that, but like I know that Remix, Solid Start, Astro run the same on Vercel, Dino, Netlify, Cloudflare. Right, like there actually isn't a difference for those. And Quick City and Marco, like the whole list. I said I didn't know about 11D. Even I suspect SvelteKit is like that as well. I think Next is actually the exception, right? I mean, this is interesting. I love to hear you're feeling me next to a net fight. Right now, it could be blah, blah, blah. Like, we get down the thing is, so it's like, there's definitely something here. Whether it deserved this treatment or actually, this isn't even the most brutal one. It was this one. The VM Vercel is for vendor lock-in. Luckily, Next.js becomes less relevant with SSR and other tools coming in more. This is the build API output. Oh, here's Matt Kane again. That's a little misleading. Vercel does indeed have an excellent, well-defined, and well-specified build API, but unless I'm mistaken, there's no way to make Next use it. There we go. So, yes, very awesome. So Next can use the build output API. Yeah, so there is definitely a bit of this going on. Right? Like, well, so, sorry, this is the wrong, how did I end up on the wrong story all of a sudden? Okay. Yeah. So definitely, a conversation. I think the challenge here is this. Ryan is a little bit, I mean, this wouldn't have existed if it didn't need to exist. I'm glad that the Vercel team has been pretty reasonable, coming in and there is some misinformation floating around clearly about Next here, but there is clearly like a gap, which this solves. So, this does have a place in the world. Well, Vercel's great. It's not in all your researchers on AWS. Hosting AWS helps me to integrate. Yeah. So I think this is like, I think this kind of thing is inevitable. And the reason I think this kind of inevitable is ultimately, it doesn't matter who you are when you're working with multiple projects, even things that are so interweaving, that work so nicely together, you got to prioritize. One thing takes more priority than the other thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you can be unapologetic about it if you want, honestly. Like, it is perfectly fair. I have bigger issue with the vendor lock-in argument, because everything's vendor lock-in. It only becomes vendor lock-in, I think, when when mostly it doesn't necessarily need malicious intent, but when things are skewed in a certain way that removes choice. The truth of the matter is, if you want to get the best out of AWS, you're going to try and use the most of their services, and they integrate well with each other, and this is just a natural thing. And it's going to be the same on Vercel or whatever platform you choose. You're going to think it's kind of funny. Picture if people went out and talked about framework lock-in. The funny thing is, they actually did recently. The conversation about framework lock-in, and people were like, "Well, the solution is clean architecture. You just pull all your state out into a global thing. Use reactivity, and then you can swap from React to Vue to whatever render you want in the work. You get framework agnostic, and then you have this good, strong pattern." To manage data. And the thing is, you look at it and for a second, you're like, no. That is the framework. You just shifted some stuff around, but now it's almost impossible for you to get off that reactive library that you're invested in. You don't get things both ways. Not really. And I think that's I think that's sort of the thing. It's okay that Next works, best on Vercel or any platform willing to emulate the same sort of features. But it's also a reality that it does. You don't get to ignore how do I put it? If there was a conference for an open funded framework. Someone said this is what funded open source looks like. I actually disagree a bit. Like if Astro did AstroConf, or let's say before the Shopify merge or whatever, Remix did RemixConf, do you think that they would cater to a single deployment partner and like that would be the game? No, they would literally make sure that on launch that any cool new feature they had was available across the board. I did like solid start launch. I worked with every single provider to make sure that we had templates ready on launch day that you could go into Vercel or Netlify or whatever and make sure that you get the full solid start experience. Cloudflare, I worked with the Cloudflare guys, Peter, make sure the Pages integration was good, and you launch with that and you're like, look, now everyone can use the framework because the framework is the priority. That's the reality, right? Like, that's what you do. Is that what Next does? No, but that's okay. Like that is just what it is. Like you have to understand like where the money's coming from and what the priority is. Like they do a good job with it being open source. They do a good job of putting it out there. People can just host it anywhere. Like Next is not. I don't agree with this. Next isn't really open source thing. Like Next does a great job, considering. But you have to like at least acknowledge the fact that it is definitely not this, like it's not the way another framework would act in that situation. Like it is definitely like we're going to build it on Vercel, put it out there, do it because Vercel is our platform. Like it's about priorities. So like I don't see a problem with that. You just kind of like go, that's how it is, right? Ultimately, Next and Vercel are tight, and it has nothing to do with intention. I said the Next team does an amazing job. And this was kind of similar to the conversation about React Next, Vercel, like that whole, are they all colluding together? It's like, no, like not really. But if that's the end result, it doesn't matter if they are or aren't. That's the end result. Like I sometimes wonder if people have to be as apologetic about it as they try to be, when it's just like it doesn't matter what you think it is. The result is what it is. So like this is kind of as I said, like it's too easy to take pot shots here. Open Next exists for a reason. As I said, I'm constantly impressed with the way that the Next team engages and stuff. It's like it's not like they're gonna like come in and like try and close down this project or like make them change their name or do anything like that. Like they are very reasonable. But as I said, there's like a hint of truth in everything, right? If you can like look at it, and like there's nothing wrong with that. Just like catching up here on chat for a minute, see if I missed anything important. Yeah, people talking about Remix and Shopify. I mean, yeah, I think we're good. Like this stream has been about Next, so we kind of, I guess, coming back to Next here at the end makes sense. But like Next is the big fish. It ain't going anywhere. Just like React, I think it's interesting that maybe we have more competition because the money getting funded into like the meta frameworks. That's almost where it feels like the battle is being fought, sort of like the competition. People aren't really focusing on the core library rendering stuff that much anymore. It's in the Next JSs and the Svelte kits and the remixes and all that, which is really interesting to me because those are much more opinionated and much further from the core, which means that like there's a lot of room there to like take things different directions and like change the math, change, what's relevant. The real question. Yeah, this is the real question. If the money keeps flowing in, now the market for these companies is tanking. I mean, I don't know if I feel comfortable even reflecting on that, but I mean, we've had a nice run, with all the money coming in. It's fueled a lot of really cool innovation. I think like there's good stuff here. The fact that Next went and we're like, hey, can we do this? Can we use Next infrastructure? Can we pull it off? Or Vercel's infrastructure? Can we pull it off? Let's do it. That's great, And even launching it that way, that this is Vercel only, that's great for Vercel. Like good. I just, as I said, I think it's important to point out that like, I think almost anybody, if that was the agreement or the arrangement, would be in the same state, right? But I want to point out that like, for those that aren't, it is actually a different state. These things are different, right? Like, what do we got here? Yeah, definitely. Well, here, yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. What's the difference between lock-in and like features that don't? If only Cloudflare has durable objects, or only this has this, feature like PSGs on Netlify or ISRs on, like you're probably gonna want to support those features at a certain point, and figure out how to work with each platform. It's interesting though, because like, will prioritization kind of come in at a certain point, or efforts to kind of generalize approaches, because like it is definitely interesting. I haven't found a place where I needed to rely on that offering, but it is an interesting question. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that comes down to people, I think. Someone in our Discord was like, this man likes to wake up in the morning and choose violence. But I mean, I, yeah, I feel the worst about this is just, as I said, SSTs had a rough couple of weeks here. But I guess they got a lot of eyeballs. So you might not have heard of SST before, but now serverless ready, and this thing definitely got attention on it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just couldn't access server, so I was trying to find the next open source server. Yeah, I mean, I would love to take a look. I've never seen Next outperform solid start at anything, and I know that sounds like a cocky statement, but I mean actually true, except for first paint in some cases, which is a weird one because it should all come in at the same time, and yet Next has a way of getting the first paint ahead of everyone else, which I haven't figured out yet. But generally speaking, I've never seen this to be the case in anything. So I would definitely be interested in seeing that example, like especially in like a 2 times range. Like that seems strange. We can probably try and figure out what's going wrong. Yeah. Oh, I like this. OpenNext is only for deploying Next.js so that it can be deployed as to functions as a serverless platform. It's a solution specific to a specific problem, not a criticism of Next or whole. Yeah. That's the biggest thing. Like I mean, it's pretty obvious. I think anyone looking at this can see that Open Next is not trying to attack Next, and I think that's why the Next team has been pretty reasonable, in that terms. But like, it's hard with Twitter and like weird dramas. You guys are funny. Actually, it's just because when I went to the Solid Start website and I went Solid Start, I went to Solid Starts instead. And unfortunately, I got a worse performance score. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's fine. We'll take a look offline, see what's up. Solid Start's still in beta and has lots of bugs. I'm not gonna lie there or even try and hide that. So I look forward to kind of looking into that kind of stuff. Yeah. No. I mean, I think this has been. I think this is been interesting topic, and I've been I've definitely been looking into sorry, that's not the right wording. It's definitely been something that's kind of coming across my plate recently, just because I see how much effort Netlify puts into the Next integration, not only matching Vercel, but actually offering even some unique features. So like, people who are in the game to play the game are in it. So it's just one of those things you just gotta like acknowledge out there, and that's where we're at. So that's that's really it. I don't know. How are we doing today? I started doing the streaming early so that I don't like push it all the way to dinner, which gives me a little bit of space here to kind of wrap up. Is there anything else we want to talk about before we call it? I just checked Twitch chat to see if anything new came down the line. No. Some new first time chatters. That's always awesome to see. Do remember to give me a follow and like on the video. I'm almost at 1,000 followers on Twitch, which is nice. And man, that Rust stream from last week, that's probably like my most watched stream in a short period of time. It's already like top 3 streams. People really enjoyed it. So if you haven't checked that one out, that's like, I think, and you have any interest in the Rust topic, like it's pretty sweet. What do I think about React supporting Quick? Well, actually, what do you think about React support in Astro? It's kind of like a similar question. I feel like there's some cool stuff that Quick does for waking up React's components using reactivity, which is really cool. But like, I think it's an interesting question, because like, this is something people always kind of debate with, right? Because like, there's 2 different ways to look at this. If you think about bringing in React's ecosystem into Quick, because you're like using the components, this is kind of like a compelling thing, right? Or maybe even small widgets or partials and apps. So like, from an ecosystem standpoint, I think this is where this gets the biggest win. But it's kind of interesting because like Quick doesn't really want React's components, like not really. Like all the like good work it's done kind of gets canceled the second you bring React on the page, sort of. Like, yeah, you can load in the background and stuff, but like a lot of the benefits kind of get canceled out. But to be able to suddenly have MUI is kind of compelling, right? So like maybe you live with it, but it's kind of like like Preact compat and that, and people ran it that way, but it ultimately, like at a certain point you're like, oh, maybe I should have been using React. Like that was my experience with Preact compat. This a little bit more compelling perhaps, but then it kind of plays at odds with things. Reality is most people have React apps and they're like, how do I get quick into it? So it's like the opposite, and then you're kind of like, huh. I think this is an interesting approach or migration strategy perhaps, but I don't think it's one that people can generally commit to. This is more like an ecosystem patch, which makes it a little bit less interesting, but like you see the different, like you could, I mean, in theory, like Astro, you could bring your whole React app into it, and maybe people could do that with Quick, but like I feel like people don't view these the same sort of way, and like the motivations are a little bit different. It's also interesting because yeah, it's one of those interesting places because like when you move a React app into Astro, you're basically trying to like you're MPA-ifying it a little bit, and it's actually the same thing that's happening with Quick, unless like you don't do it that way. But then things aren't like you're basically not getting any of the benefits of Quick. So it's like there's this like the friction becomes the question of how much better. I think there's a zone for this solution, and it's probably in very large enterprises that are ready to commit on Quick and have their own internal component libraries and things that like where they already have their systems in React and they just want to be like, okay, we're going to start building in Quick and like kind of do it that way. I think this is that it doesn't let you migrate existing apps. It lets you make new apps that reuse your current stuff. Because I don't think you want to do this for MUI or something. So it's like, I think on the largest scale, this is compelling. I don't think this is interesting for most people. Check the issue tracker and see how that's going. I think that's the thing is there's been a lot of priorities and stuff going on. Mostly it comes down to bug fixes. We still have lots of bugs, so I don't know yet. It depends on like tricky thing with open source is it's about the amount of time and contributors, and we're still mostly based on volunteers, so it's going to take a bit. No, not yet, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean they've had the feature for like 2 or 3 months now. See the reason I haven't like thought about it much is because I've watched so many Quick Talks. Me and Mishko have been hanging out, going to conferences and stuff. So like I've seen a lot of like I've seen this feature advertised and showcased now for months. So it didn't come off to me as something particularly new. But yeah, I see. So that's why the attention talk is there. Yeah, I mean it's definitely very very cool. Um, Let me see here. Just gonna put this up instead of the other one. I've had enough of looking at that tweet. Where's Nikhil? Yeah, I mean, this is kind of thing with his cycle of stuff. He's working a lot of R&D. He put a lot of hours in on Solid Start from like all the way from like July through November. He just been taking some time. I took a trip recently. I don't think I should share on stream where he went to, but he's just maybe it doesn't matter. He's probably already back, but like just he's been doing him, kind of gearing up. If you've seen him on Twitter, he's been doing a lot of 3D demos and stuff. You just need to kind of clear his mind where it is. I've been getting in there trying to move Solid Start stuff. A lot of times it's downstream stuff. So you've been seeing a lot of releases recently of the router, releases on the Beat plugin, releases on Solid itself. So Solid Start usually for bugs ends up at the end of the chain, because usually a lot of those things actually depend on stuff that's like lower level, like farther back, because Solid Start basically offers very little new on top of what you already get in the ecosystem. It just puts it together. Yeah, we talked about this already on stream. Considerable amount. Jared to teach us about Zig. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think the difference with Rust right now is it's at a level where like people can actually build UIs in it. It's not like quite the same. Yeah, that's cool too. Yeah, Prime's been doing great stuff. He's been building that app on Leptos, right? So, yeah. No, no, it just happens to have a very similar name. Yeah, I'm like 10 minutes behind chat, sorry. Well, I mean, it's coarse grain resumable, right? Like they actually have the ability to wake up, like if a prop changes from quick, it can wake up the React component. So like, but like, yeah, you can't like, when you get React, you get React, you know, like the whole thing, you know. Yeah, just catching up. People talking about React and Astro. Yeah, yeah. Average node model folder. I feel like part of the time. It's funny. Nikhil wanted to do this, and I was like, no. Like, why are we doing this? Don't. Like, I know what Astro went through to get like all the different builds and working. Like, do you want us to be seriously spending our time working on like framework integrations and making sure those all work with all the different frameworks? No. I'm actually really happy about our thing, and I'm like kind of happy that you have to rewrite your components for them to work in Solid, or you know at least use headless or agnostic solutions. I mean, sure, this isn't helping us getting adoption and enterprise, you know, but like let's face it, like it's like a culling, like it's like a lot of the times we get the performance benefits and the size and all that stuff is because everything's being rewritten with that in mind. You see the same thing in the Preact ecosystem to kind of a smaller scale, but probably going to be more now that they're kind of diverting. A lot of the problem on the compat side is you could just use compat so people don't bother. But if you look at the libraries that have been made specifically for Preact, love them, right? And I that's the same kind of thing that we're having with the new libraries on the Solid side. So like, yeah, like I almost don't want React components. Like like you just don't like they're actually authored and they work differently, and like just we could just cut out that part. Like just why would we even want it? I understand that it's work and people aren't going to be able to adopt it, and like it is what it is, but you know, and there's realities, and we're going to come up with migration strategies and all that kind of stuff, but in the end you'll have better Solid apps. I'm not worried about the ecosystem from a library perspective, not even in the least. Hiring and all that stuff, and community and teaching and all that stuff, those are the big blockers. Converting some libraries, it's fine. Like we have, you know, libraries in certain, you know, enough different areas. You can go find forms, you can go find query, you can go find a whole bunch of stuff. Like it's, yeah. Yeah, I would love that. Anyone who wants to help. Yeah, yeah, React 3 editor. Yeah, no, he did some great work recently there. That's the thing. Nikhil needs projects to keep him rolling. He really enjoyed the island stuff. I got some new hot stuff that we're going to get into that will tweak his interest in the same way. But he's an R&D guy. He's not so much, you know, like a maintainer. The world needs more like Mark Erickson. Like that guy's a hero. Yeah, just reading through people talking about Dino, Zig. How far behind the time? I'm only 4 minutes. I'm almost caught up. He wanted to put it. Of course he did. Yeah, there might be. We have an example with Prisma, but it's like super, super simplistic. One of the challenges on this kind of side of things is because we like strode so hard to be agnostic. Prisma is like a node thing, right? Like we're trying to figure out how to handle this on a templating side. I think there's like, I think there's some challenges here in the way that we handle feature adds and templating that could be improved. So those are the kind of places why I want to look at sort of like create T3 app and stuff, so that I can like understand those pieces that I like. Again, I never use these kind of things. Like Next.js never interested me or any of them. I just build the stuff myself, like just like config it up. I know that's not everyone, but like when I was working at startups, we just set up our configs. We just do that. I never use Create React App, Next, any kind of meta framework stuff. So it's so weird for me to be in this space, but it seems like I can see the value it brings. And especially with the Power V plugins, it's like super powerful. Yeah, bundle size alone is not causing performance problems. I'm taking this completely out of context, but I, I I'm talking about the way things are authored, the way things work, like just lots of elements. What's the main advantage of Solid compared to React? Say, um, I mean, this came up a bit with a better React thing comment. It's just like it's a different model, which kind of I think the way that it's built on primitives gives a different kind of scaling. Don't get me wrong, React is built on primitives too, like the components primitives, but our primitives are smaller than components, and it's the size isn't what matters. It's that it's the relation of like what the UI and the state separation that lets things kind of be bundled or sliced up a different way, and lets the behavior work a different way. That like performance scaling works in a different way, and that composability applies well to a React model, but it also applies to other models. And I think one of the most interesting things about that from Solid is understanding that with these kind of change systems and this kind of it allows us to kind of get away from certain types of higher level abstractions, which lets us retain the control. And these are things that I came to appreciate working on long-term projects for years and years and years. And I never wanted to give up that control. I've always liked that about this approach, even before I authored Solid, and that's what got into Solid being the way it is. It's hard to sell that to your boss exactly. Like I haven't figured out how to put that in words, but like, in a way that's like concise and selly, people are just like, it's better React, but like it's not. It's really it's rethinking the way we like compose state and compose UI interaction. Like there's a reason that this sort of reactivity is fueling resumability and is the inspired things like Marco 6's rewrite and stuff like even Quick to a certain degree, but like in certain ways like you could make things even more optimal if they took things even further that direction, although there's complexity there. But like what I'm getting at is like I think there's a huge amount of potential in getting away from the model that we've been using for years and years. Even though that's can be proven to be stable, we're like a whole like there's a whole new world to explore here. And as I said, that's not going to sell you at your job today, but we're just starting to unlock that potential. I I do think islands and RFCs solve the size and execution problem significantly. Maybe not React RFCs, but in general, I think the approach has significant wins. I mean, at a certain point, if your whole app is in JavaScript and it is a large, like we're on the Figma side of things, like I don't think that's where people are generally complaining. There's a lot of discussion here. I think Fuzzy wants you to acknowledge X element. Probably. Ooh. I mean, what do I want to say about X element other than Nikhil's here? It's okay. We love what you do, so don't worry about it. Yeah, no. What do I want to say about X element? X element, when I first tried it, was the first thing that I felt like native Astro. I don't know how else to put it, but it felt Astro native. So it felt like it really fit in with what Astro was doing, like better than any kind of client island approach. So if you're staying really close to the like bare metal and being like mostly server thing, it has a really natural feel in how it fits into your Astro templates, where you're just like, no, I don't need a declarative like React or Solid or whatever, Svelte or whatever. X element really fits in that. Maybe some variation. I mean, at least it's trendy right now. Right now, I don't know if there's like another option to really solve this. I mean, you can say quick is, but like, it's not, quick is a variation, but it's harder to reach. And I think when you go to the next step, that's where things get interesting, when you get into like the more RSC side. So I don't know if islands will make it all there, but it's the RSC, like the server component side, that makes things interesting, that might make people go there. But I don't know all frameworks follow. Like, I don't, like, we're talking kind of like a new architecture here. Like, there's a reason that the pages in the app folder is different. I don't feel like, I feel like React's kind of been kind of underplaying that part, like not really emphasizing how much of a change is happening, kind of like, because they're like, yeah, we want you all to kind of stay here, and not acknowledge that this is kind of like an ecosystem reset. You know, like I don't know that islands will necessarily, but I think we're going to see a lot more server components or things like that, which is basically an extension of islands. I think that's when the flick happens, where people are like, oh, we can keep those benefits of single page apps. No one really wants to give that up. All right. Prisma works in Dino. That's good. So then is it just Cloudflare we have to worry about? That is true. This is a Prisma template, our T3 equivalent, create JD. Oh, right. What are we doing here? Yeah, is that on us, or is that on like just in general? Just curious. I probably have to scroll to the bottom to actually get the answer to that question. That's I should just like put that out there. Someone asked me what I think about Svelte. I don't know if I want to get into it just yet. Let's see if so. Page performance is very general. Blah blah blah. People talking performance. Fuzzy. Signals will make its way into everything. Yes. That's just how Prisma works. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay. Should I say something about Svelte? I can say a couple words on Svelte. Because one of the things I like talking about Svelte, and maybe this might be towards the end of what we talk about today, is that Svelte and Solid have sometimes so little in common that I don't even, I'm not too concerned about like having opinions about that, or you know what I mean, like it's sometimes like me and Rich sit there and we're just I remember he's like, if you like JSX, use Solid. If you like templates, use Solid. Like he sometimes like just says that as like the differentiator, and it's just kind of like, yeah, because like it goes deeper than that, but that's like the easiest way of summarizing it for someone who like might not quite like follow the whole conversation, so to speak. Because like Svelte kind of they want to make the web easy. Like, this is my interpretation of it, but they're like on this journey where they're kind of almost unapologetic in how restrictive they want their abstraction to be. And that might sound like bad, but it's incredibly good because it means that there's less leaks. It means that it makes sense. It means it makes consistent. It means that it can be beautiful. There's no exceptions. Like there are limitations in that, and there's trade-offs, but there's something kind of pure in that design essence where you can kind of go in and you write JavaScript, sort of something that looks like JavaScript, and then you can just build stuff, and anyone feels like they can just pick it up and it's their thing. It's like their JavaScript. And I think that's like super, super powerful. And that's why like when people are like, talk about Svelte and stuff, I'm just like, they're really good at that. It's funny because Vue has elements of that, but like Vue kind of wasn't willing to go all in that way. In a sense, they were like, no, but there's these trade-offs and we need to consider for that. So like they're like, no, we can't go all the way. Svelte was just like, screw it, we're going all the way. And like that kind of purity from a design standpoint, and I don't just mean like visual design, I mean design standpoint, is something that's so like I have so much respect for. Same reason why I have respect for stuff like React to a large degree, because like they know where they're going and they understand it and they build to that without compromise. That is like how you can find like kind of this, like if you can define that philosophy for yourself and you know where you're going, like things tend to fall in place for you naturally because you're making this decisions for things that align with each other, and then the next decision just aligns with it, and everything just kind of snowballs, and you can find almost like a natural home for it. And I know I'm gonna get kind of in the weeds there, maybe perhaps for most people, but that's what I like a lot about Svelte, is because like they might tie your hands a little bit in certain things, but you never really sense that because like you're just so happy to be there. Like that I mean, it's different for me with like Solid, because Solid, I try to be that pure at times, but like I know that I've caved to a couple of the compromises over times, and every time I learned that I pay for that decision, but the thing with Solid was like, it was a different goal. It wasn't about like having everyone who use it feel like it was just theirs, that it was so easy to use. I wanted Solid to be simple. I wanted everyone to use to feel like they could have written it themselves, which is it's a different kind of thing. It's not easy, but it means like hey, I see it. I fully understand how this works. This is my framework, and this speaks more to people who are a little bit more advanced or further in the career. But like it's like, if you get to the point where you can get the learning curve and you understand Solid, I want you to feel like essentially like, yeah, like this almost doesn't need to exist because like I could have written it. And like as I said, that's why I'm like Svelte and Solid don't really like have this overlap, because like you just see the values like so opposite on that side. And the funny thing is, the perfect example of simplicity is something like Redux, in a sense, where like you have all this boilerplate, but the concept's really easy. It's like a reducer, or a scan function. It's like very simple, and you just kind of build on it. The thing is, sometimes that gets hard because you got to like go through all the ceremony. What's interesting to me is like with the right primitives or something, like you can find the right small low level pieces and the right language to describe it. Like there does come a bit of that, like, how should I put it? Like when you kind of go off the deep end on the opposite side of the graph, it kind of wraps around a bit. Like when does, I mean, I hate making this comparison, but when does like socialism become fascism? Like sometimes if you go far enough on the simple and you can redefine the boundaries, it actually does make it, you know, easy as well. But that isn't really the goal. The goal was that I wanted something that like always felt in control of, that like could understand how it worked. Obviously, there's been compromises to kind of go back the other way, kind of like the view scenario where we make things kind of easier and like kind of like, oh, this would be helpful because it saves boilerplate or it makes things shorter. And as I said, I regret it every single time. But because over time you just realize like that little bit is just like the thing that you wedged in the way yourself. But essentially, you can see how like the different design philosophies mean we don't butt heads very much. I mean, this is probably more accurate in reality, yeah. Yeah. So I know that wasn't. It's just kind of interesting because like there was a. Did I didn't. I. Oh, did I not? Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna see if I can find it. It might still be in my notifications, because people kept on pinging me. Ben Holmes wrote a tweet where he was like, "Hey, I think Svelte has the best form handling out of any framework. You know, change my mind, right?" And let me see if I can find it. I want to share this last one, Ben, because then we can actually. What? Come on. Sorry, I am searching off screen, but it's just like you think that when you have people who follow each other, like it would shortcut that for me. Maybe I'm just like not looking. Just like need someone to actually like the stream again. I can find in my notifications. This is my fault for not bookmarking this one. I should have definitely bookmarked this one. Let me see here. B Holmes, where are we going? There it is. Found it. All right. I think this this conversation is like right on point. You know, I kind of cheekily asked, okay, how does it handle 8 forms on the same page? Because this has kind of been like a concern with Remix, and I saw the Svelte kit solution originally, and I was like, oh, it's gonna have that. Like we had to do some thought with Solid Start to make things work. And then Ben's like, no, we can do multi exports. So it's like not that different than how we do server actions, where you can like have multiple ones in the same file. And it's like, okay, I'm listening. Like this is good. So I said, that's nice, sold. If one were so inclined to tie it to routing, that seems like the way. So I wouldn't begrudge anyone for thinking this is the best form solution. It is equally as good as other options. Apparently that response is actually humorous. I'm laughing at it right now because I was trying this is like legitimately me actually giving I think Adam Rakis, who replied, actually, this is the highest praise I've ever seen on this website. I think he got that. Like this was actually me giving Svelte, this is actually high praise from me. He it might not be obvious. Some people might think there's sarcasm here. What I was trying to say is this makes a lot of sense. If this was the approach I was looking at taking, I would want to take this approach. So I can understand why someone would think this is a really good solution. And like because it like you don't really lose anything on the trade-offs, and it's based so like it's very similar, say, to what we're doing in Solid Start. Like you get the same kind of benefits from it. You know, that's all I was trying to say. But it's like the most non-committal compliment ever. So yeah, and you know, still not so felt glowing reviews from highly respected critics are already rolling in. Yeah, so funny moment for me at least. This didn't come out right, but yes, I think the form handling approach is really quite nice. So man, sometimes words. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah. So yeah. 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 No, I mean, more than that, actually. I mean, that's yeah. I it 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 actually makes sense on that side of things. There's like other considerations that come into design. Like Svelte would never do what we're doing in Solid Start exactly. It doesn't make sense. So like this, I actually think this is like very good solution for Svelte, and it actually like all kind of ties in. So it's even more than that piece. Because you like when you work on this from a design aspect again, you got to like I feel like you need to like approach it like a designer, where you actually go, hey, how do I think of this from the perspective of like the project or the framework that I'm working on? I worked on Marco, and in some ways Marco and Solid, while like there's some technological inspiration on both sides, especially around Marco server rendering technology approaches and Solid's like fine grainedness getting into Marco, like there is some philosophical differences on these approaches where I had to be very considerate. Like when we make decisions, we'd be like, is that the right decision for Marco? Does that fit the like what the users expect? Is it consistent with the design philosophy? I think this is a very, very important thing, because like if you don't follow the design philosophy, you might end up with like, yeah, especially with reactivity, you can literally do anything with reactivity. I say this over and over again. This is very dangerous. Doing anything with reactivity means it's like you could literally make a framework that tries to do everything at the same time, and that doesn't always turn out. You might have like 5 different syntaxes for the slightly different things, and like it's actually good to streamline stuff and limit options. You want to keep things adaptable and not flexible. Flexible is bad. Flexible means like there's too much config or too many ways to config. You'd rather just like have a thing do its thing really well and just work in multiple scenarios, with like slight positioning, like twist the Tetris piece. Like you don't want to like it to like you have too many dials. Like I'm not a big fan. I know there's like a lot of sayings about like just have all the right dials. I hate dials. Get rid of them, right? Like I want pieces that just make sense and can be used in like that are versatile, not like just yeah. I know like dials are terrible. Yeah, I know people disagree with me. This is part of Solid's design philosophy. Like yeah, but like it's not every framework's design philosophy. I think it's important to kind of understand like those kind of pieces. It's like any product, right? And it's perfectly okay to like enter a space and not completely bring your own bias on it. Like everyone knows how I am not a fan of two-way binding. Like I think two-way binding is terrible. Like just one of the worst things ever. Like just so bad. Like I can't emphasize how bad it is. But I was part of the team that added it to Marco 6. And like I'm okay with that, because it sometimes makes more sense in certain frameworks, especially on the language side where you can keep the constraints. Like actually in Svelte, two-way binding is almost good. I think that I could picture if I was them maybe how I'd tweak it to be even like slightly better, but I'm okay with two-way binding in Svelte because of the way Svelte works, if that makes sense. But like you can have that perspective even if like personally where your leanings are like it is like the worst thing that has ever existed. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe that's enough musing on framework philosophy. It's complicated. That's why my responses are complicated and vague. It's just the way that it sits in my head. So, yeah. This is why we have frameworks. Yeah, because like frameworks are a framework of thinking. I realize this is pointing up to someone else's comment, but I'm gonna take it from my own context. Like, right? So, all right. I'm good. I hope you are all good. We've probably drained the viewers off, like kind of just like they're slowly leaving. We're gonna check Twitch one more time to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Oh, it's funny. I didn't share the screen when I was talking about the Svelte kit comment, did I? Whatever. I read it out loud. That's good enough for you all. All right. Anyways, yeah, let's call it a stream. Thank you everyone for joining me. I haven't decided if I'm going to do a stream next week. I probably am, and then I'm going to be off for like the holidays. But I think we're good for today. So have a great weekend, and till next time.